conference entitled NextGen Administrative and E-Governance Reforms, along with the government of Meghalaya, with the objective of bringing together the minds behind the best practices in these fields by the officers of different states under various departments. This helps to acquaint the others with the latest developments in the field of public administration, which can be replicated and promote mutual learning for better nation building. The first day's plenary sessions are curated to include the presentations of best practices from the host state of Meghalaya, to be followed by the awarded initiatives as mentioned earlier. The Ministry of Donor will also make their presentations for the first time in such a conference in respect of the initiatives undertaken by the Ministry in the third technical session of the day. The sessions will also include presentations of the SCI projects, which is the State Collaborative Initiative projects funded by the DARPG for some very good initiatives and projects taken up by some states and not falling under any scheme of the government. Accordingly, care has been taken to present diversity in the curated plenary sessions for the 2 days conference. We look forward to fostering a curious and engaged audience during this entire enriching program.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now begin the first technical session of this conference, which is devoted to showcasing some of the pioneering governance initiatives and the best practices of the government of Meghalaya. The presentations will highlight innovative interventions across water conservation, health, early childhood development, digital governance, and natural resource management. Ladies and gentlemen, I take this honor to invite to the dais Dr. Joram Beda, Commissioner and Secretary, Government of Meghalaya, who will be chairing the first session of today's program and will be giving a presentation on climate adaptive community-based water harvesting project in Meghalaya. May I also take this opportunity in inviting the other dignitaries and officers of the Government of Meghalaya to take their place on the dais. Shri Ram Kumar S., Secretary, Health and Family Welfare Department, and the Director of the National Health Mission, Meghalaya, Srimati Saloni Verma, the Director of the Social Welfare Department, Meghalaya, Srimati Richa Kulkarni, Deputy Secretary, Planning, Investment Promotion and Sustainable Development Department, Meghalaya, Shri Sachin Gawade, Executive Director, Meghalaya Basin Management Agency, and Shri K.L. Nongbri, the Joint Secretary and Director, IT and Communications Department. I now hand over the remainder of the first session to the Chair, Dr. Joram Beda, Commissioner and Secretary, Government of Meghalaya. Over to you, sir.
A very good morning to all of you, distinguished delegates, respected officers from Government of India and various state governments, esteemed speakers, ladies and gentlemen. It's my proud privilege to welcome all of you to Session 1, Best Practices of the State of Meghalaya. Today we have 6 presentations covering diverse sectors. Number 1 is Climate Adaptive Community-Based Water Harvesting Project. Number 2 is Rescue Mission and Reducing Maternal Mortality. 3 is Mission 1000 for Early Childhood Development. Number 4 is Improving Governance and Service Delivery through Digital Interventions. Number 5 is Leveraging Geospatial Technologies for Natural Resource Management. Number 6 is Digital Infrastructure, the backbone of service delivery. Now, at first glance, these 6 topics may appear to be 6 independent initiatives. In reality, they represent 6 different answers to the one common question, and that is, how do we build governments that are more resilient, more responsive, more citizen-centric, and more future-ready? The initiatives that you all will hear today demonstrates how Meghalaya is responding to these challenges through innovation, partnerships, and administrative reforms. As we listen to the presentations, I invite everyone to look beyond individual projects and reflect on the larger governance lessons they offer. I'll request all the speakers to limit the presentation to 10 minutes. That also includes myself, as I'll be doing the first presentation. May I request the presentation to be loaded? Climate Adaptive Community-Based Water Harvesting Project. Thank you. Scientists across the world, they have been cautioning time and again about the climate tipping points. This has been in the news time and again. Many of you must have heard about the super El Nino that is expected this year. So these, what are these climate tipping points? Basically, these are thresholds beyond which part of the Earth's climate systems, such as the glaciers, forests, coral reefs, or major ocean circulation patterns may undergo irreversible changes. While there is an active scientific debate about the timing and the extent of the risk, the broader message is very, very clear. The climate variability and climate changes are increasing the need for resilient public systems. For Meghalaya, these global developments have very local consequences. As you can see, in the last year, we had a 54% deficit rainfall. And even this year, the rains have been delayed beyond normal. Therefore, our responses cannot be simply about building infrastructure. We must build resilience. We must strengthen the communities, and that is the whole principle of this project. Next slide, please. Why, next slide, please. Why community-led water governance model? Why? Meghalaya has a very paradoxical situation. The world over knows Meghalaya to be the state with the highest rainfall, but most of the people don't even know that we are one of the states which are parched for water during the lean seasons. We do have a very erratic rainfall. There are times when monsoon we have a excess of rainfall, and during the lean seasons there is absolute deficit of water. Last year we had 56% deficit. Of the 50,000 springs that we had surveyed, we have found that more than 50% of the springs are drying and counting. So these are very alarming situations that currently our state is facing. And as a result of all these impacts, we are having flash floods, we are having landslides, and they're also leading to livelihood risk. So what is the message in this slide? The rainfall alone does not lead to water security. What we need is water governance. This is the need of the hour. And for that, we need to have a behavioral change by involving the community and ensuring that there is a community ownership. Next. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this slide basically captures the philosophy of the project. The fallacy of every government scheme is that we always see the citizens as beneficiaries. Rarely we do see them as our partners. And through this project, we have ensured that the community are not just the co-producers, they're not just beneficiaries, but they are our co-producers and partners. Basically, this whole project formulation was done on the basis of demand from the community. And building partnership has been the cornerstone of water governance as per this project. So as a result of this particular approach, we are ensuring transparency through formal community participation, accountability. We are ensuring direct empowerment of the community. We are also ensuring sustainability through ownership and operation and maintenance. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this, as you can see, this is a really big project. This is a 525 crore project. which includes ADB loan plus Government of Meghalaya contribution. The scale of the project reflects our commitment, long-term commitments to climate adaptation. This is a 6-year project, and we are targeting about 50,000 households. This has been categorized as a 100% climate financing orientation. We are targeting to construct about 532 to 33 water harvesting structures across the state. The most important part is that through these 533 odd water harvesting structures, we are planning to catch the rain and build estimated 413.19 hectares of pondage, which comes to about 10 million cubic meters. The major component of this project is we are constructing water harvesting structures. We are also going to intervene in 3,000 hectares of command area. We are also going to do catchment area treatment in 12,500 hectares. And also we are ensuring village level water security. Next. As is evident from this slide, this is a very integrated approach to the problem of water security. As I mentioned, we are constructing 533 water harvesting structures, but the main point is that we are not only constructing water harvesting structures. Upstream, we are ensuring that we intervene in the catchment area, and we ensure that the springs are rejuvenated, the streams are rejuvenated, so that there is a perennial supply of water, and this water that we are storing will be available to the downstream population in the command area during the lean seasons. Under this project, the total afforestation we are planning is about 850 hectares. Now we are dovetailing this with the carbon credits. We are exploring partnerships and ways and means to ensure that we get the best of carbon credits from this initiative. Next slide, please. So this shows the locations of the water harvesting structures. Next. As I mentioned earlier, this is the most important innovation of this project is not the infrastructure. This is the institution creation that we are doing. The project formulation, during the project formulation, we understood that the success of the project will depend on community participation. And that's how, before even we came up with the project, we asked the communities about their interest, and that's how expression of interest was floated. We received about 1,650 numbers of interest, and from amongst this 1,650, we finalized about 530 odd community institutions, and that's how we are engaging the communities through water user associations, through the village employment councils, through the VMCs, through the Dorbarshnongs, so on and so forth. We are also ensuring about 25% of women leadership roles in these water management institutions. Besides a major chunk of the procurement, now we know that one of the major projects that is Manrega is the only project which is being implemented by the community. Now this is another project wherein we are ensuring that a significant portion of the procurement is being done by the community themselves. Apart from that, once the construction of the infrastructure is completed, we will be ensuring that the community takes over, and through Manrega or through convergence with other projects, they will ensure the operation and maintenance of these projects. Besides this, we are also, as a part of the project, we have the internal rate of returns we have calculated, and there are a lot of livelihood projects that have been envisioned under this project. Next slide, please. Next slide. So this shows the district-wise distribution of the total number of projects, total number of expression of interest received. Next. Next. Yeah, so good governance requires good data and better data analysis. So we have a PMIS component, we have a GIS master plan, and we also have automatic weather stations. Now the interesting part here is that PMIS is a very well-known thing, so definitely we should have for the purpose of monitoring. The master plan has been prepared. This is a very comprehensive master plan which has been prepared by NISAC, which is the branch of ISRO in the Northeast. And they have prepared a project in such a manner that this master plan can be used not only for this project, but for any project in future, we can use it. Basically, under this master plan, they have identified all the critical micro watersheds and the interventions that will be required. Next. So I mentioned about the PMIs. These are the components: project registry and metadata, progress monitoring and updates, impact assessment, procurement, financial safeguard management, analytics, and integration. Next. Yeah, this is the GIS planning that I had mentioned that we had done in collaboration with NISAC. So there is a very comprehensive hydrological modeling of the whole state. And there is also an option for remote monitoring system. Next slide, please. Now we come to a very important component of the project. Now, trust is very fundamental to successful public program. It's not just a compliance requirement, but also an accountability mechanism. So we have a GRM mechanism, a very robust mechanism is in place, and we have constituted about 329 GRM committees across the state. The procedure is that at the village level, the communities, the complaints are received. We register at the site level, then we try to resolve at the district level, and if it is not, then it's escalated to the state project management unit, wherein we try to resolve it and then close the projects. Next. When we talk about climate resilience, now climate resilience cannot come at the cost of environmental and social sustainability, and therefore it's very important to have environmental and social safeguards. Now these safeguards do ensure that the development remains inclusive and responsible. So we have a 4-stage safeguard cycle. This includes screening, assessment, mitigation, and monitoring to manage the environmental and social risk. So there are screening and assessment tools like IEE, IPP, then mitigation measures through EMP, labor safety, erosion control, so on and so forth. And of course, there is a monitoring and compliance. Next. This is a bit elaboration about the environmental and social safeguards. I need not elaborate this. But then, yes, it's very important to integrate the IEE and EMP to ensure that the project is sustainable. IPP is basically Indigenous Peoples Plan and social inclusion. This is also a very important part of any project. As you are aware, Meghalaya is by and large a tribal state, and it's even more important that the culturally appropriate consultation and participation of the indigenous communities has to be done. And therefore, IPP and social inclusion becomes very, very crucial. Next. When we talk about resilience, resilience is strongest when everyone is involved, everybody participates in the project. And for that, gender inclusion is very important. And we ensure in our project that at least 25% of women leadership in the community institution. Those are the village employment councils, water user associations, and so on and so forth. And also we ensure that there are at least 50% women beneficiaries in the project. And of course, as I mentioned, this by and large we are a tribal state, so from the aspect of indigenous people and safeguards, we are 100% compliant. We also have a plan, and this is being implemented, to train about 2,500 farmers and communities to receive technical and livelihood training. Next. So this is all about theory. So walk the walk, talk the talk. This is how we have implemented so far. This is the snapshot of the implementation project. We are currently at 58.8% of the project. These are all active. And these are basically the active sites of the total number of projects. We have spent about 52.41 crores. And till now, about 180 catchment area plans, the MOUs have been signed. As I mentioned earlier, the catchment area and the command area works will be done by the community, and therefore we need to have a memorandum of understanding with the community. Next. This is a, next slide please. This is just a repeat of whatever I have said earlier. These slides emphasize on the importance of community involvement. Next slide. Next slide. Next. Yeah, so these are some pictures of the launch of the project. We are also doing a very innovative project called the Meghalaya. This, you must have heard about the PES. This is another version of the PES, wherein we financially incentivize the communities to ensure afforestation. Whereas PES is more about conservation, ours is more about proactive afforestation. So we financially incentivize the communities. As you can see the picture, Honorable CM had given away the checks to the various water user associations, so on and so forth. Next. So these are some pictures of the projects, some of the pictures. I mean, there are many projects. As I mentioned, this is about 534 water harvesting structures. Next slide. Yeah. Next slide. I'll invite all of you to sometimes have picnic in these spots. We have created very beautiful, picturesque locations. Next. Yeah. So what makes this project particularly significant is that it's not about the financial size or the infrastructure, but that it offers governance model that can be replicated. So I mentioned the broad principles of this project are community participation, number 1, scientific planning, number 2, digital governance, number 3, and institutional accountability. Of course, these are part and parcel of most of the schemes, but yes, the major part of our project was the community participation, and all these are seen from the lens of community participation. Next. And I would re-emphasize that this is a scalable model of citizen-centric climate adaptation, and I'll invite state governments who are participating today to replicate this in your states, and also request Government of India for more support for similar projects across the country. Before I conclude, allow me to share a thought. Now, climate change is perhaps the defining governance challenge of our generation. No government can overcome it with infrastructure alone. Sustainable resilience can only be achieved when communities become equal partners in governance. That is the underlying philosophy of this project. Thank you so much. Next, may I invite my colleague, Shri Ramkumar. He'll be doing a presentation on a rescue mission and reducing maternal mortality.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ram Kumar. I'm Secretary Health in Government of Meghalaya. I would like to take you through the very important and significant story of the state where from a place of having a very high maternal deaths and infant deaths, we've been able to reduce significantly over a period of last 5-6 years. So I'd like to take you through that by giving the situation of the scenario of the state. So where Meghalaya stands, this is as of 2011 census, some numbers might change. So you can see Meghalaya is almost about 30 lakhs. Now the population is expected to be about 40 lakhs now. And we have very low density population, but compared to Northeast, it's still somewhere in mid. But most important point, I would like all of you to look at the 80%, 79.5% rural population. 80% of the population of Meghalaya lives in rural areas. People think when they come to Shillong and etc. and have a very beautiful look of Shillong, Cherrapunji, they think it is very urban, but it is mostly rural in nature. And another important thing is the number of villages is about 7,000 in Meghalaya, which is the highest number of villages even for among entire Northeast, higher than even Arunachal. For a similar population state like Manipur, it is about 3,856 and Meghalaya is 7,000, which shows service delivery of any kind is going to be very, very difficult in the state because of the nature of the geography and the nature of the population dispersion across the state. This is where the maternal and health indicators, child health indicators used to be there for Meghalaya. Maternal deaths in 2020, we had 244 maternal deaths, literally about 5 deaths in every week we used to have. And the number of antenatal checkups mother used to get less than, at least 4 was less than 50%, around 50%. Infant mortality was higher than national average. Anemia is very, very significant. And institutional delivery used to be less than 60%. Most of them, or rather 40% of them delivered at home, and very high levels of stunting among and wasting also among children. And this is just to give a snapshot of the geographical problem, where about 7,000 villages, about 25% of the villages can be reached during a day like this. You can reach only through by a 4x4 vehicle. You will not be able to reach easily by even a bolero or other day. Even during winter days, it should be fine. Even among them, 417 villages can be reached only by foot on any given day. They do not have a direct road access. And in Meghalaya, like in many other northeastern states, new villages start coming up every year because of the kind of cultivation, Zoom cultivation. Some practices are there, and that is also another very, very key issue in terms of service delivery. So when we did an analysis of 244 maternal deaths in the year 2020, during COVID, we took this up a challenge, saying that this many deaths are not acceptable and we need to look at it. So these were some of the very important points which we got. I'll go from the reverse. 92% of them were from very poor households. So social determinant became very, very important. 40% from hard to reach areas, which comes under the 1,700 villages we spoke about. And 49% were at home or during transit. 1 out of 2 deaths were either at home or transit, so home deliveries were a serious issue. And you can see 40% were more than 5th gravidity, which means an average pregnant woman in Meghalaya was carrying her 5th child. And 50-60% of anemic, and a large 18%, very high number of teenage pregnancies also. So we identified many areas actually of intervention, but 5 broad points of policy where the issue was not discussed at the levels which should have been discussed, or the sufficient discussion. Here I would like to remind that our Chief Minister, Shri Conrad Sangma, took this as a big challenge and spoke about this on every floor when he got, and he inspired the entire cabinet and the entire government to take this up as a very, very important issue. And it was also considered only as a health issue. It was not seen as a social issue or even an economic issue. A mother dying puts a lot of stress on the family, economically and socially, and children are at a lot of disposal of the community to take care, or the family, the extended family, to take care of them. There was a lack of real-time data. There was insufficient support and autonomy to the health teams to take up the issue at their own level. In a place like Meghalaya, where the population is very widely spread out, the decisions had to be taken up on the ground at by the person who is present at the moment there. The decision might be right or wrong, but they have to take the decision, because the moment the decision making goes up the chain, definitely the decision is not going to come in time. So we had to prioritize the issue and then strategize on solving these 2-3 other main areas of concern. Through this, there was a state capability model which was built. So this is the most important slide of this presentation, because we have a lot of issues in the governance and in society, but everything cannot have a piecemeal solution. How do you build up a solution which has to have the framework can be suitable for any problem, be it environment, be it childhood nutrition, be it even problems like economic development? How do you have this thing? So these 5 pillars, the credit goes to our Additional Chief Secretary, Sri Sampath Kumar, who is not here, unfortunately, because of other commitments. The main important thing was, again, I'm going on reverse, to build the political support. Any issue or any matters need to have that political support within the system, because in many situations in our system, some of them are bureaucratic driven, or some of them are individual leadership driven. Here we wanted to have it collectively. Address systemic challenges in terms of procurement, recruitment, all those things were their issues, so that was very important. Very important use of data and technology. Data should not be a point of discussion, but data should be a point of action. So that is where we arrived at a single point. I will explain a little later. And local leadership through community building, solving problems, meaning both medical officer level, as well as the district health medical officers, medical superintendents level, as well as the community level. And citizen-state relationship. Here again, the community comes a very important point. How do we convey this issue to the community? How do we take their issue as priority? How do they consider this? How do they perceive this entire issue of maternal and child health and etc. and bring that into our perspective? It's a very important issue, and that's most important in terms of even within this pillar framework. So regarding data, we set up a portal. It's an open health portal. I think we are probably the only in the country where anybody can it's an open dashboard. You can go and see in which village, how many pregnant women are there, how many of them are high risk among them, and what is their, when are they going to deliver? Not by name, you cannot find anybody by name. By number, you'll be able to find. By names, only the health workers will be able to identify for matters of privacy. Here you can see that in particular, there is 55%, 5% of mothers are high risk. At any given point of time, this is a number. Very high level of high risk mothers in Meghalaya because of the conditions I mentioned, high teenage pregnancy, more gravida, etc. And the state developed a system of architecture from the ground up. So at the village level, we have a team of people who are responsible for this. Any maternal or infant health issue, they are expected to discuss and take decisions at their level, which is headed by the village organization. And then comes at the cluster level, which is more about the A&M or the community resource person level, and then the block level, then the district level, and then the state level. At the state level, it is headed by the Honorable Chief Minister through the Human Development Council, but at the district level by the Deputy Commissioner, and even at the block level with the BDO, and their teams consistently form the issue. So the data which we were talking, each of the team discusses the same data. There is no different data, there is no argument about whether data is right, wrong, and etc. Everybody is seeing the same data, so the discussion starts from there and what is the plan for him. And this is an extension of the site, but the core team at the block level or the district level, along with the DC, these teams find the very important level, block development officer, child development officer. The most important point here is, it's a cross-sectional problem. It is not only health department problem, it is a department problem of the social welfare, it is an issue of the rural development, it is an issue of the, even for the matter, for example, law and order issue also. So that level we had to consider. So we put all the people who are in charge of it to take along this issue. So only then we will have that synergy to actually make changes. One of the main important things which we brought because of the lot of citizen-state interaction and the field interaction was that the existing schemes are not enough to address some of the systemic challenges. We introduced a scheme called Chief Minister Safe Motherhood Scheme, under which we gave dedicated vehicles to PHC-CHCs. They can hire vehicles, they can give the money to the community, they can give money to, they have given a lot of flexibility to them. Transit homes, because of geographical barrier, many women could not come on time. So they wanted to come ahead. They can come to a transit home, stay for even 2 weeks, 3 weeks, as long as it takes, along with their children. They were fed so that these high-risk mothers were taken care. And of course, village councils were encouraged to, if they are reduced teenage pregnancy, if they are reduced child infant death, schemes are provided. And traditional birth attendants were also incentivized for bringing the pregnant women to the hotel. In this matter, we did not ask for Aadhaar card or bank account or that all we did not do, because most important is the outcome. Saving mother is important because many of the rural people in Meghalaya still do not have an Aadhaar card, bank account. For everybody is an issue. Most of the households are connected, but every individual person in the house having an account was still an issue. So it might be still a problem, but this, we made it matter that doesn't matter how the money is given or what you do it, but whether the child and mother is saved. That was the most important thing we measured. So we created a system of trust rather than a system of audit. So that's something very important in the scheme. And that's some of these things which I mentioned here. And the village health councils is something which we developed during this point, where the demand side, because maternal health cannot be, we cannot only keep talking that it is the most important issue. We need a community to speak about it. Only the issue can be sorted out. Meghalaya, like many other northeastern states, communities are very, very important part of the society here, and they make collective decisions, and collective decisions stand together, and everybody follows. So that we took their, confidence, and we explained to them, and many of them have made a lot of change. And we did not form the VHC just like that, councils. We gave them a calendar of activities. What are the two things to do every month? So you can see a lot of topics which are there within health. There will be a person to explain to them, and there's a book, and after that they record what has happened in their own language or pictures and how they want to do. This is some pictures on the community health. Every maternal death, infant death used to be discussed at the village health council level, and what do they think about it. The medical officer goes and sits there, and then they initiate the discussion, and they feel and they would like to articulate, and we try to explain what would have gone wrong, what could have done right if it had kind of saved the mother. These are some of the initiatives. Also, we did transit homes, sector meetings, VHC meetings, and even we built up the operation theatres, FRUs, very closer to the community so that high-risk mothers need not go into complications. We also, this is a forum where a lot of states are there. We also made an MOU with Tamil Nadu for training our medical officers in many important matters like emergency obstetric care, life-saving anesthetic skills, and ultrasound. Because we have a problem of specialists. This, I'm sure, is a problem with many other rural states. And we have trained more than 140 doctors in many of these courses, because we used to have only 15 to 20 ultrasound machines in all the government facilities before we started this. Today we have close to about 80, 90 ultrasound machines. Even in the remotest parts we have those, so that issues can be predicted. Because many of you are women here, 80% of pregnant women in Meghalaya did not get even one ultrasound check during their entire pregnancy. That used to be the case. So that's something we were able to correct during this. It's still some way to go, but been able to do. I'm trying to convey that this cooperative federalism is a very, very important concept for nation building. And this becomes very, very important, and we also helped us a lot. So what is the impact? You can see that there is a 41% increase of ANC coverage between the period of 2020 to almost 79%, from 56 to 79%. This has improved even further today. The CMSMS impact in terms of institutional delivery from 58% is over 80% today. And the maternal death reduction, 57% maternal death reduction in the last 5 years, 40% reduction within the infant deaths. This is the steepest decline of maternal and infant deaths recorded ever, at least as far as we know. We have checked wherever, globally also, in a place of a geography. This much reduction in maternal deaths and infant deaths has never happened. And so we took the issues, systemic issues, and we brought institutional solutions, not piecemeal solutions. When there was an issue with supply and medical equipment maintenance, we set up a corporation like many other states to establish and make it properly. When there was an issue with recruitment, timely recruitment, Meghalaya Medical Service Recruitment Board was started, and recruitment was done in a record time. And when there was issues in terms of resources, JSSV, we implemented the CMSMS scheme. Demand side, village health councils were instituted. So these things were done to make it much more collectively and to solve systemic issues with institutional solutions. So this is the future priorities where we still have work to do. We need to still focus on birth spacing. Still mothers are dying. Even 106 mothers is still a lot of big number. We have about 70,000 plus 80,000 deliveries around a year. So Meghalaya also has a lot of deliveries compared to for the population it has because of a higher fertility rate. And but we need to focus on early childhood development now. We need to focus, which my colleague will be speaking a little later. And we need to have a specialist issue for other issues, not only maternal child health. Non-communicable disease like cancer and etc. has become very, very serious. We need to focus on that with similar idea. So I'm just leaving back with this system building where the same framework, it's not definitely this important, but this framework we are trying to use for all the other socioeconomic problems. And we see that once implemented properly, this has a lot of impact, a lot of results and sustainable results. So I'll stop there. There's a short 2-minute video, so I'd like to play with the permission of the chair. Thank you.
Meghalaya faces a geographical challenge of providing healthcare services due to its difficult terrain. This difficulty in accessing healthcare services is a serious challenge.
In 2020, the state saw high maternal and infant deaths. During weekly COVID reviews, state leadership identified these deaths as symptoms of deeper gaps in the health system. In the same year, this led to the launch of the rescue mission with one core goal: saving mothers and babies. Each mother was tracked through the Mother app, ensuring timely care. Data was shared across health, social welfare, and community and rural development departments, fostering collaboration. Cross-department teams were formed at each facility, working with a shared purpose of saving lives of mothers and infants. Medical officers were empowered through the Chief Minister's Safe Motherhood Scheme, CM-SMS, giving them autonomy to use funds for life-saving interventions. Under CM-SMS, transport support helped bring pregnant women to transit homes where they could stay up for 2 weeks before delivery. Communities were engaged through the village health councils, making them active participants in their own health care. To reduce delays in doctor recruitment, the Meghalaya Medical Services Recruitment Board was established. The state government also signed an MOU with Tamil Nadu government to upskill medical officers in life-saving obstetric care.
Through the rescue mission, the entire health system was strengthened, leading to a significant reduction in maternal and infant deaths. The lessons from this initiative have been institutionalized into the state capability building model, a framework for solving complex challenges using existing resources more effectively. The state capability building model can be adopted to solve other complex problems and help create systems which ensure that the problem stays solved in a sustainable manner.
Hello. Yeah, that was a wonderful presentation. The success behind the rescue mission was basically on the realization that maternal and infant mortality is not just a medical problem, it's a systemic problem. So now we move on to the next presentation by Srimati Saloni Verma, IAS, on Mission 1004, Early Childhood Development.
Hello. Yeah. Good morning, everybody. I'm delighted to represent the Social Welfare Department of the Government of Meghalaya today. So good morning to all senior officials from Government of India, from the state government, and thank you, Jaram sir, for giving me this platform today. As Ramkumar sir mentioned in the previous presentation, that while reducing the maternal mortality rate is a crucial step in the direction of mother and child health, it is just the first step. And the natural next step is, how do we ensure that the child which comes out of that mother's womb gets the right opportunities, that they can have a good quality life, right? So I'd like to begin with a simple idea, which is the foundation of this mission. And that idea is that the first 1,000 days of a child's life, right from the time they're conceived in their mother's womb to the time that they turn 2, those are approximately 1,000 days. Those 1,000 days determine much of how their child will grow to be it in terms of education, be it in terms of their health indicators, and hence their productivity, right? So we feel that, and it's not just a feeling, actually studies have shown that if the government gets these 1,000 days right, that is, if we can promote a community, let's say societal revolution of sorts, where these 1,000 days are prioritized, we don't really just reduce malnutrition, or let's say we don't really just improve our MMR numbers, but we go ahead and ensure that our child is better at education, gets a better job, and hence the economic productivity of the state goes up in general, right? A healthy child is less likely to, fall sick, so your out-of-pocket expenditure reduces, so on and so forth. So Meghalaya has already shown that change is possible. Between the NFHS 5 and NFHS 6, we recorded the fastest reduction in stunting in India. Despite that, our stunting burden is still the highest in the country. So Mission 1,000 Days is therefore an attempt to improve stunting and largely then unleash the full potential of every child of our state. And we try to do this through a whole of government convergent service delivery approach. Next. Oh, great. So I would just like to draw attention to 3 numbers over here. I mean, the numbers are on your screen, so I'll just go through what they signify. First is that despite remarkable progress, more than 1/3 of our children remain stunted. So while we're happy that we have shown a lot of growth, we know that there is a long way to go over here. Second is that less than half of our infants are exclusively breastfed. So exclusive breastfeeding would imply that in the first 6 months of a child's life, they are fed nothing except the mother's milk, and that's it. And the third statistic is that only 1 in 5 children receive an adequate diet after 6 months. So once a child turns 6 months, as you know, you can diversify their diet and introduce, let's say, some vegetables and some cereals, so on and so forth. So only 1 in every 5 children in Meghalaya gets that adequate diet. And these are not merely health indicators then, but these are indicators of our future human capital. So once we saw these numbers, we asked ourselves, why are these children becoming stunted? Why are our numbers the way they are? And therefore, the Social Welfare Department, in collaboration with technical partners, undertook an early childhood development baseline study, the ECD study of 2025. And 3 insights emerged from this study. One, and the most crucial one, is that not all children or not most children are born stunted. Unfortunately, even if they are born normal, after 6 months, 10 months of their lives, they move towards the left of this graph, which means that they move to the stunted category. Their height does not grow as per their age, and then they become a part of the stunted lot. And with time, that graph, unfortunately, has a downward slope only for every child. That's the first crucial statistic over here. The second important statistic which I would like to draw attention to, we were trying to diagnose the problem. So this is the second important insight which came, which is that in 2 ways. One is called early initiation, where in the first hour of the child's birth, you have to have the mother's milk as a child. It's a golden hour of a baby's life. And we saw, unfortunately, in our state, only around 40% of her newborn babies got the mother's milk in this very critical golden hour. Major red flag, right? And in the second factor also, which is again extremely important, exclusive breastfeeding, as I mentioned, only 23% of our children were exclusively breastfed in the first 6 months of their life. You might notice that in the second sort of diagram, the graph, for the Jitendra region, it is 0 exclusive breastfeeding. Now, even I thought that this might be maybe just a clerical error or whatever, but when I confirmed with my team, it shows that in the Jitendra regions especially, there is a lot of reliance on, the powdered milk. So a lot of mothers end up giving powdered milk to their child instead of, feeding them exclusively with their breasts. So again, big problem. And the last very crucial statistic that we saw, which kind of explained the problem in our state, is that minimum dietary diversity, which means that post 6 months to 24 months, when your child is supposed to get all sorts of, let's say, vegetables and grains and dairy products, of course, in moderation, we saw that only 16%, or let's say approximately 15% of our children got the minimum dietary diversity in those 6 to 24 months of their life. Very, very unfortunate. And as you can see, another correlated statistic is that around 54% of our parents responded that in that age group of 6 to 24 months, when their child was 6 months to 24 months old, they did admit that sometimes they would feed junk food to their children. Yeah, so it's not as if, I'd just like to clarify, it's not as if that these parents know that this is wrong. Unfortunately, in very remote and rural areas of our state, this awareness is not as loud as it should be, that you do not feed your child, let's say, that cheap 5-10 rupee wafer or so on and so forth. So unknowingly, our children were not getting the adequate diet that they need, and hence this was having an impact on not just stunting, but general cognitive development, so on and so forth. So based on all of this, the state government, under the leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister, devised the Mission 1000 program, which is built on a fairly simple idea that every pregnant woman and every child up to the age of 2 should receive continuous targeted support. And rather than introducing another sort of new scheme, this mission is about integrating existing frontline systems through 5 pillars. These are the 5 pillars. This is the most important slide of this presentation. So I'll just make this fairly simple. The first pillar of this mission is build, which is about the capacity of our frontline workers. So the Social Welfare Department has partnered with IIT Bombay, and through which we are training 22,000 frontline workers, not just of Social Welfare Department, but of all related departments, be it the Health Department, be it the CNRD Department, so on and so forth. So our ASHA workers, Anganwadi workers, CGHAs, around 22,000 of them are being trained. They will then adopt 240,000 mothers and babies, and they will impart the training on exclusive breastfeeding to these beneficiaries. So exclusive breastfeeding is also a science, in the sense that while for most of us sitting in this room fairly privileged, it might seem very obvious to us, but like I said, in places where there is an awareness gap or information asymmetry, you really need to train and break the years of conditioning that this is not important. So basically the way you hold the baby, the way, the duration you feed them for, these things become very important. So the first pillar will focus on effective breastfeeding and nutrition. The second pillar, which we call empower, wherein we will also directly be engaging with mothers through these mother skill workshops and basically scientific practices, right? The fact that small things like you should, spend quality time with your child. You should, maybe sing a song to them, nursery rhymes, so on and so forth. As you guys know, with digital technology, and also because most of these mothers are also in the primary sector economy, where perhaps because of the drudgery of their labor, they might not have that much time. So these practices are slowly dying out, and these are very important for the cognitive development of the child. So these kind of soft skills will be given to mothers, along with conditional cash incentives. And this is very important because we found that in Brazil, there was a Bolsa Familia model, wherein money was given to those mothers who completed, let's say, certain targets. So in our case, it's going to be, let's say, exclusive breastfeeding. So for 6 months, the frontline workers will monitor every mother, and through the QDwell app, yeah, it's come on the bottom of the screen. There's an app that we have made. So each frontline worker will be uploading on the app, okay, for this particular fortnight, this mother exclusively breastfed her child, so on and so forth. So over 6 months, based on that assessment, we will be giving 1,000 rupees a month to each of these mothers so as to promote and incentivize good behavior through this economic incentive. The third pillar is nourish. So through this, we want to ensure that locally available food products are popularized, in the sense that simple, easy recipes through SHG workers, through Anganwadi workers are promoted in the community. So for example, things like the leaf of buckwheat or fish mint, it's a very popular local herb, or plantain. So simple, easy recipes using locally available ingredients so that the health of the mother and the health of the baby are both taken care of. The next pillar is celebrate, where basically, at the Anganwadi center where these mothers regularly come, we will be giving, of course, hot cooked meal is a part of ICDS, but the state government is introducing eggs to the mix because, as most people would know, that eggs are a complete source of protein and easily digestible, so on and so forth. But we're also recognizing the positive behaviors of our frontline workers through, again, incentivizing them and through community recognition. And the last pillar is rescue. So we recognize that despite all of these efforts, there might be 10 to 15% of children who might falter. And because this program is based on very scientific data management, so through this QDwell app, there'll be pings, there'll be, alerts to, let's say, the concerned frontline worker and even to the mother that, hey, your child is not showing the right age or the right weight as per their age. So that's when the VOs, the voluntary organizations at the community level come in, and they are given, let's say, more protein-rich foods like egg and soya to ensure that these faltering children can come back to the baseline. Right, so this slide is now about the details, in the sense that how do we do this, right? So we are trying to ensure that we focus on each and every child, and each frontline worker follows a standard protocol at every visit for every child from the time they're born up till 24 months. So as you can see in this diagram, there are all sorts of personnel involved over here, and hence this program relies heavily on community mobilization and hence the capability building of the entire community. So there is a learning action protocol that is imparted to these community workers, where they are given the adequate devices so they can measure the weight of the child, the height or the length, in this case, the length of the child. Then that data is fed on the app. Then there are also guidance tutorials which are regularly shown to mothers to ensure that correct behavioral practices are encouraged, and there is an escalation mechanism if weight or height or any other threshold is mixed. So here, as you can see, I've already spoken about this. There is a whole of government approach. Next. Like I mentioned, this is an aberration of the whole of government approach, where we have the State Human Development Council headed by the Honorable Chief Minister, under which we have formulated the Meghalaya Early Childhood Development Mission. As Ramkumar sir had also mentioned, this kind of an intervention cannot be one department alone. We have around 5 departments here which are working in tandem and right down to the village and the block level. And the most important thing is that through adaptive learning, we are trying to measure impact, right? So where there are good, let's say there are good trends, we want to understand, okay, how is it we can replicate to the state? Of course, where there is faltering, we would want to rapidly experiment and understand how local innovations can come in. And lastly, of course, that we can do a system level research through all our learnings and implement it across the state. That's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Saloni. Next, I invite Srimati Richa Kulkarni, Deputy Secretary Planning. She'll be speaking on improving governance and service delivery through digital interventions.
Thank you very much, Session Chair Shri Beda sir. A very good morning to the senior officials from Government of India, Government of Meghalaya, and delegates from all over the country who have joined us here today. On behalf of the Planning, Investment Promotion and Sustainable Development Department of the Government of Meghalaya, I would just like to take this opportunity to highlight a few initiatives that have gone a long way in improving the standard and style of governance and the citizen centricity of our service delivery in the past few years. So just a quick overview of the economic growth scenario over the last few years. Meghalaya happens to be the 3rd fastest growing economy in the last 5-year period after Assam and UP. And it's also the only state in India to record an approximately 10% CAGR for 3 consecutive years in the post-COVID era. And this is real GSDP that we're talking about. So this growth that we see, and you can see those numbers here, is being driven by a cohesive set of goals that is encapsulated in what is known as the state's Vision 2032. So the Vision 2032, which is broadly part of the Meghalaya Excellence Framework, is broadly divided into 3 phases. The foundation phase was laid from 2018 to 22, and we are now in the transformation phase from 22 to 32. We'll be moving on to the aspiration phase from 2032 to 47. So what this basically means is that by the year 2047, the government of Meghalaya aims, through the use and proper strategic planning of the 10 opportunities that you see in the top half, to ensure that 10 commitments that have to do with equity and empowerment are delivered in full to the citizens. I will not go into detail in all of the commitments, but you can just take a look at the slides here. So what exactly is this vision for growth? Specifically, the government is looking at a kind of growth that is anchored in 2 things: improved governance and citizen centricity. If you look at the improvement in several indicators that are outlined in this chart here, for example, the number of self-help groups has risen by nearly 10 times in the last 7 years, right? The same can be said of farmer-producer groups and of several other statistics that you see. So these improvements in the last few years have come about by bringing extra efficiency to the system of benefit delivery and by resolving very specific issues at the last mile. And this is done by using broadly the power of technology and specifically the power of data. So just a quick point here about why citizen centricity has been placed at the center. I would just like to take forward the point that Ramkumar sir made in his presentation, the fact of rural dispersion. So our villages have in Meghalaya only about 419 persons, compared to an India average of 1,500, which means that it inflates the cost of reaching citizens by a proportionate amount. It discourages any private providers from having the economic incentive to take up service delivery, which means that there is a disproportionate amount of dependence on the public sector. So I'll just quickly go into what is known as the Meghalaya Enterprise Architecture, and this is the set, and this is the broad category that covers all of the digital initiatives that have been taken. This is based, of course, on the India Enterprise Architecture Framework, under which Meghalaya was the first state selected as a pilot project. So one system that I want to bring your attention to is the e-proposal system. This is a system of basically streamlining and fast-tracking administrative sanctions and approvals, not just for financial decisions, but also for other decisions, which means that the entire file movement and the entire life cycle of an important file has been streamlined online to ensure that decisions are made faster and that fund disbursement has no unnecessary delays. Through the system, reports are generated with the aim of ensuring that transparency and efficiency is maintained at all times in the system. If you look at the life cycle of a file here, you can see that it moves from the directorate to the administrative department to whatever committee is responsible for it, to the minister in charge, right? Then to planning, then to finance. So I will not go into detail in how exactly the system works, but basically a lot of modules such as the treasury module, the budget estimation and allocation management, that is BEAMS module, have been sort of dovetailed into this. So what this essentially tries to do, and you can see a draft of what the system looks like here, is that the efficiency of file transfer from one department to the other, as well as the efficiency of the individual officer in dealing with these files, is tracked. So this means that there is a nudging mechanism in place, which is then driving improvements in operational efficiency. So in the next slide, you can see how the e-proposal system is improving the efficiency, whereas earlier, the average time taken to process a file could have been up to 26 days, that has been brought down to less than 3 days. Now, one of the cornerstones of any empathetic governance structure that we try to design is the fact that we try to remember that every file has some person waiting anxiously for it to come back. Right? And so this system gives those important files that might affect the lives of lakhs of our population, it just gives those files the urgency and regard that those files deserve. So you can see here some statistics about how many files have been initiated in FY 2026 compared to FY 2024 as a huge improvement. You can also see which are the departments that are initiating and processing files the fastest. So this is very useful for, from the administrator's perspective. If they want to exactly pinpoint where delays are happening, which departments are doing good, which are doing worse, who can learn from whom. One more important metric to track is that by bringing efficiency to the system, we are trying to minimize the number of desks that a file has to cross, which means that every step that a file has to take has to have a very real component of value addition. It has to justify why it is going to a particular desk and why a certain amount of decision-making time is being tagged on to that file. So the average steps taken by each department are tracked here. Another interesting thing is that the tracking goes down to the individual officer level. So for example, whether it's in the planning department or the finance department, the supervisor or the chief administrator can see where exactly files are being held up, who's taking more time, who's taking less time. So this leads us to a sort of transparent and data-led governance, and this is not just in the process, but also in outcomes. So it's not just the process of the file movement that has been improved, but also how the outcomes are tracked. So we have a lot of dashboards that are coming up. I will not go and show each one, but basically they are being added every day, and it's not just a random dump of data. This is happening through a careful consultation of what data really means, what has to be shown, and why it has to be shown. The second important aspect is CM Connect. CM Connect is basically a holistic model of citizen-centric governance, which means that there is firstly a helpline and a portal. This is multi-channel, so you can call up a number or message on WhatsApp, or there's a mobile application, or you can just give your physical petition, right, with any grievance or any problem that a citizen has. Secondly, there are physical CM Connect centers. 3 are already operational, more are coming up. And Honorable CM Sir himself, along with senior officials of various departments, conducts public hearings to deal with these problems. And we also have a system of village-level data volunteers who are helping us facilitate grievance redressal at the last mile. So I'll just skip through some of these slides here that are not that important, but basically, what we are trying to do is to inculcate a public habit of seeking out timely and well-informed help. So a person should eventually develop the habit of knowing who exactly to approach for their problem and what that person is supposed to do. This system of village-level data volunteers that we have, so basically, this came up from the World Bank-supported community-led landscape management project. This is a big EAP that is happening in the state. That is where this village-level community facilitator concept emerged, and they were people who were essentially onboarded. They were local young people who were onboarded to help with environment management and GIS, but then they branched out into just helping people facilitate access to all these digital initiatives. So they are trained community members who emerged from that same locality where these problems are emerging from. Of course, there's a state-level structure, there's an SPMU, DPMU, then there are nodal officers, but all of it comes down to the over 1,000 active village-level data volunteers who are deployed in our villages. and they are assigned a cluster of 4 to 8 villages. So what this basically does is that it bridges the gap between citizens and the government, both the real and perceived gaps. In a state where geographical mobility is still very challenging, where we have villages and villagers for whom coming to Shillong is still a very big deal, having that local person who can help them out means that no one has to suffer from the problem of this digital divide. When we come up with any new technological solution, we have the assurance that these VDVs are present to bridge that digital gap and ensure that no one falls through the cracks. One last point is that of the family ID. So basically, there are a lot of databases available with the government as to what constitutes the structure of a family and who are the members of a family. So we have drawn from the ACCC 2011 data, we have drawn from PDS data to create one unified register of a family. So basically, no one has to come and register themselves as a family again. This has been done by creating one big data lakehouse, and all of the data has been sourced from existing databases to organize our citizens into families, because many schemes are family-based. The benefits are given to the family as a unit. And to just streamline that and to make sure that welfare goes where it's needed and does not leak through, this family ID has been created, and a registry has been, as we speak, more and more families are registering. So basically, all of these initiatives feed into what we want to call a transformed citizen services ecosystem, right? There's multiple channels of access, streamlined approval, fast delivery, and efficient monitoring. And all of this is done with the aim of ensuring that all of the initiatives that the government of Meghalaya has taken over the years and the others that are coming up, not just to bolster the growth of the economy, and not just are they intended to improve efficiency, but to place the individual citizen, the individual Meghalayan, at the center of all of this growth. This is to ensure that as we move towards more and more digitization and modernization, nobody is left behind, and that every citizen has a place in the dream of Vision 2032. Thank you.
Thank you, Richa. Next, we move on to presentation by Sachin Gavde, Executive Director, Meghalaya Basin Management Agency.
Thank you, sir. Very good morning to all. Since so many speakers has tried to solve the problems from the ground, we from UAV GIS Center, we tried to solve the problem remotely through the aerial way. So I'll go quickly through my presentation. This is just a structure. This is the little information about Meghalaya, but the most highlighted point is the second last. There is no cadastral map. We don't have the map. Even we are area which is very remotely located, sparsely dispersed populations, settlements, but we don't have any map. And the problem lies in 6th schedule, where all the land, resources, and forest areas are managed by the autonomous district councils. So state government, we have to overcome this problem. So how to solve this problem? That is the way we try to solve this problem. This is what is just brief about our this. So here we tried to bring the technology platform through infusion and application of innovative remote sensing and GIS tools. Then we tried to do collation of data, field, satellite, and UAV waves, and we augment data, validate, we try to synthesis that something from that data, and we give the useful data to the other departments. So whatever Ram Kumar sir has told, Soloni ji has told, so that whatever we need, how much far is the PSC, how is the road, how we can improve the location, we give the real time like data. So this is the way we went. Now we started with the demarcation of village boundary. Village boundaries are not demarcated in Meghalaya. These are still disputed, but we try to solve through our ways. And these are not legally tenable. This is for project areas, but these are also administrative tools for us. So we have more than 4,000 villages we covered. We have 7,000 plus villages. We are trying to cover this in 1.5 years, and we'll have the map for all the villages. So with villages, it doesn't have any sense unless you have the resources. Where is the agriculture? Where is the other resources? So we have done one harvesting and conversion of the timber. So this is the another initiative, payment for ecosystem services, which is again highlighted by Joram Beda sir, where we have, if you try to preserve the forest, pristine forest, you have to spend so much money. or you have to create new forest, you have to spend too much money. Rather than that, we can conserve the same forest with 2% of cost. That's what we tried. We give minimum 10,000 rupees per hectare, and it can go up to 20,000 rupees per hectare. So this is depends on the additionality, whether area is in eco-sensitive zone, whether in wildlife corridor. So with this, and what we do from UAGS center is that we do MRV. We don't give money unless we check it. And we have the deforestation alert. If somebody is cutting the forest, we don't give money. So that's what we help. Then now the resources, forest management. Forest is one resource. Another big resource is the bamboo. We have bamboo, so nobody has the real assessment. Only I think Meghalaya and few states has done assessment up to the grid level. We know which grid has how many bamboo. So, and which quality, which species. So our dashboard also we have made, and anybody can, we can put our industries accordingly. We cannot put just like we have the industry, so we don't put. We have data, we can put accordingly. So we have done for Areca nut also, same kind of assessment. We wanted to do for other species, but then the central government has come with the agri-stag. We do agri-stag. Anyway, we have to delineate the all agriculture land. So we are now bringing all other crops under that. So we have water security related measures. We have mapped all the springs. We are doing conservation of that. We have, then there are some monitoring of some reservoirs we do, like Maura, it is under soil and water conservation. We do annual monitoring of that. Water budgeting we have done for 746 all critical water sources. Also, we have village level, which village has surplus water, which has the deficient. This is map made due to El Nino. Recently, Honorable CM sir had called meeting, and we made for where will be deficiency. So now we also, UAVJS, we don't work only natural resources. Sometimes we have to work on the wildlife management. So the tiger which came out of the forest area, which was wandering into the human habitat in Assam, and they called us. So we helped them. Then this is the obstacle limitation surface for airport. We given task, and we have done that study. And if you see in the upper portion, wherever in between that blue zone, there are some spot of brown spots. These are the obstacles. So we have done study. Left side is Baljek, right side is the Shillong airport. Then this is again coal estimation we do remotely. So we try to solve problem remotely. That's what I told, that we don't need to go in field. We can take pictures and we do assessment. This is digital twin. We are converting 3D map to 2D map, and we are delineating assets, and we will try to put where the more reach of the camera will happen. We will install camera accordingly. We have already installed, but we are redoing through this new initiative. So this is conservation of heritage also. Living root bridges, we do the catchment area assessment. So then we have the development of dashboards for all the departments. Then we have explore 360-degree with drone base. If any, this is at 2 places only, not all places. If some tourist goes, he can get picture standing on the cliff from the away, which is like a beautiful scene. So with that, we are empowering youth to get the more and more revenue out of our tourism sector. So this is one of the landmark initiative by the planning department under MBDA. It is automatic weather station. We have 102 automatic weather stations. Out of that, 82 are working, 20 has some issue. But we have 22 very advanced, and rest are the basic level. And with this data, we feed to IMD. And IMD also, whatever prediction they do for Meghalaya, they do based on that. Our distance between or reach of the one AWS is 15 kilometer, which is good as like many other states, like few developed state has, not all, but due to that our predictions are very good. This is again some study on the heat map. I will skip this. And this is again vegetation. We can know what is the health of vegetation through our remote sensing applications. This is capacity building we do for the people. This is again some initiative, seed ball initiative, and the spraying of the biofertilizers. These are our future visions. We want to do bring all agriculture land mapping of all agriculture area under AgriStack. We are doing AWS. We are doing the weather forecast for 72 hours. This is initiated just with NESA. There are so many other initiatives and long-term initiatives that we should use the UAV in our health sector, like air ambulance or some other way, so we can help our health sector also. So, and this is why we need the UAGS center in our governance. We have permanent database, any department can come, and we have in-house data storage. If you give to any other outer agency, they will keep with them. They will not give unless you pay some money. So this is a quick and reliable service. We have 2 centers, one in Shillong, one in Tura. We no need to engage any institutional or private player through cumbersome tendering process. We have our in-house setup. It provides different services, covers small to large area. We are now having a big project with National Water Commission also, and that we are doing. Then we have, it helps in data analytics. We can use this data into AI solutions. It helps in planning and execution of some new government initiative. Say, Mother app, we try to help with our data, where are the good roads where we can, we can have the vehicles and all that. So this supports sustainable and inclusive economic development. And it is very cost effective. Whatever other agencies do, we, through our state UAGS, we do less than 20, but just for safety I kept 30 because we have not calculated. But we do very cheap rate. Means we don't charge anything for government, but if you see the outer agency charge a very huge amount. So with this, I thank you. This is some videos of our UAGS center. These are some recognitions we received from some of the institutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Sachin, for that insightful presentation. Next, we have a presentation on digital infrastructure by Shri K.L. Nongri.
Thank you so much, sir. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is K.L. Nongri. I'm the Joint Secretary and Director, ITNC, Meghalaya. So my presentation today is on the digital infrastructure as a backbone of service delivery. And here, the mandate of the ITNC department is to ensure that we create an enabling ecosystem so that we can transform the e-governance initiatives and the citizen-centric services seamlessly across the state of Meghalaya. Yeah, the background is, why do we need a robust digital infrastructure in the state? So every one of us knows the uniqueness of Meghalaya in terms of the terrain and the dispersed settlements and the difficult geography, making infrastructure deployment significantly harder than in the plains. So here we understand that the terrain is one, wherein a few of our telecom projects had to be abandoned because of the terrain. That is one. And two is the number of villages in the state. I think so you're aware that Meghalaya has got, apart from Assam, Meghalaya has got the highest number of villages in the northeastern part of the country. And this is a challenge for all the telecom projects that have been initiated by the Government of India. So, brief on the economic profile of the state. As stated earlier, we are one of the fastest growing economy in northeastern India. We have a population of 3.8 million. We have a working age population of 55%. And our state is also the educational hub, where we have the IM, NIT, NIFT, NEHU, and other institutes of repute of both the state and the union government. So the digital and strategic advantage of Meghalaya as of now is that the tele density in the state has grown by leaps and bounds. Now it has touched 88.11%, 88.11%, which means that for every 100 people, there are 88.11 people who are holding active SIM cards. So we also part of the BBIN corridor connecting us to Bangladesh, Bhutan, Nepal, and India, and of course, a strategic gateway to Southeast Asia markets. Coming to the scenario in the mobile connectivity in the state, as on 31st March 2026, out of the 7,100 villages that have been covered by mobile coverage, 6,932 villages are on 4G. So which means 97% of the villages covered with mobile are on 4G. And there are only 3% villages which have been left uncovered, and this 3% works out to around 168 to 170 villages, wherein we are trying to cover this through the 4G saturation project of the Government of India. And then we have, as on March 2026, we have 29.2 lakh mobile subscribers, and then broadband subscribers, 25.3 lakhs. I'll come to the flagship program of the IT department. In a meeting that we had with our Honorable Chief Minister, our Honorable Chief Minister is also the Minister of IT. So he has asked us to do a survey, or to conduct a survey on why we do not have a robust internet connectivity with all the district headquarters, the subdivisional headquarters, and the block headquarters. So we did a survey, and then we found out that a majority of the block headquarters and the subdivisional headquarters do not have fiberized connectivity, which means they are not connected through optical fiber. So then we onboarded PowerTel, that is the Power Grid Tele Services Limited. We worked with them, and now we are in the first phase of this LMC project. Here, we are leveraging the optical ground wire, which is owned by the Meghalaya Electricity Corporation Limited, that is MECL. And MECL owns about 650 plus kilometers of optical ground wire in the state. So we have used these optical ground wires to bring connectivity through optical fiber to, of course, the first phase is just 30 sites, which includes 9 district headquarters, 1 subdivisional headquarters, 20 block headquarters within 20 kilometers of the MEPTCL stations. In phase 2 and phase 3, we are coming up with, we are again working with the MECL, with the corporation, to ensure that the remaining 80 locations are connected through fiber. So this is, like I said, this is a flagship program of the government of Meghalaya, and very soon in these 30 locations, we are going to commission the connectivity. I come to another important component of the mandate given to the IT department is the international internet gateway that we are proposing in Shillong. As you know, now our internet comes all the way from the submarine landing stations of Mumbai, Chennai, Cochin, Tuticorin, and now with the Diga in the West Bengal coming up. So our latency is very low in terms of the quality of the internet that we are getting in the state. So what we have proposed is we will utilize these submarine landing stations in Bangladesh. We are already in talks with both the PowerTel and Telecom Malaysia on this. And unfortunately, what happened was the situation in Bangladesh worsened, and we had to put a hold on the project. Now that the situation in Bangladesh has stabilized, we have again revived this, and we hope very soon we will have this international internet gateway in Shillong, which will function from the Meghalaya Tech Park. Another important project of the Government of India to connect 1,899 villages across Meghalaya is the scheme, the project called Digital Bharat Nidhi. Formerly, it was called the Yusuf scheme. So through the Yusuf scheme, we have been able to connect to almost about 800 villages. Now, through this project, Government of India plans to connect 1,899 villages. And this is FTTH connection. So this is being implemented by BSNL. And as a state, we are supporting the project. We are facilitating the project. And we have a mechanism, institutional mechanism to monitor the project headed by the Chief Secretary of the state. We have the State Broadband Committee, then we have the working group, and I guess all the DCs are here are aware that they have the district monitoring committees. Another important project which the Government of India has recently sanctioned is the Meghalaya State Wide Area Network, which of course now is functioning only in limited locations. But we are planning to upgrade this. So we are planning to upgrade this, and soon we'll be implementing this project, and we'll connect to 434 offices across the state of Meghalaya with a bandwidth of 25 to 150 Mbps. So, and then we come to the state Meghalaya data center. This has grown exponentially in terms of the applications that we are hosting. You won't believe it, last year we had just 80 applications, and this year we are having 160 plus applications hosted in the state. And there's innumerable applications coming on a daily basis. So now we are trying to work on a state-of-the-art data center. We are working with the best of the best companies in the country to ensure that we get a state data center that will comply to all the terms, conditions of the Government of India. Then we come to the AI Center of Excellence, which we are proposing in Shillong. We have already worked on this. The funds will be coming, and we are partnered with NASCOM. 10,000 square feet has already been allocated in the Shillong Tech Park, Phase 2. And then we have the Data and AI Lab, where we have identified 3 institutes, namely Shillong Polytechnic, ITI Rinja, and ITI Tura, for the Data and AI Lab. And then we come to the Meghalaya Tech Parks. Here we have the first tech park, which is fully functional. We have 1,500 employees operating from the tech park, and 8 companies, all US-based companies, multinational companies. And then this tech park too, we are going to commission by September. And we already have companies who have already signed agreements with us. And then, of course, the Tura Tech Park is also coming up. So these are the projects which we have initiated from the IT department. And hopefully, in the next 4 to 5 years, we'll be able to stabilize the internet connectivity in the state up to the block level and up to, in fact, all the offices in the block, within the block and in the villages will be connected through a stable internet connectivity, which hopefully will enhance the services to the citizens, and of course the e-governance initiatives which we have taken as a state. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ban Ongri. As a part of my fundamental role as a moderator, I'm supposed to summarize, but due to the paucity of time, I'll cut it short to the conclusion. So session 1 has demonstrated that modern administrative reforms extend well beyond procedures and regulation. It encompasses empowering communities, leveraging technology, strengthening institutions, and preparing governments for emerging challenges. from today's very diverse presentations. Though they are very diverse, they collectively highlight a common philosophy, and that is effective governance is collaborative governance. More so, this session also reflects the true spirit of All India Service. Richa from Telangana, Ram Kumar from Tamil Nadu, Sachin from Maharashtra, of course, Banongri from Meghalaya, me from Arunachal Pradesh. We are all working together to work on the challenges of a remote state called Meghalaya. Thank you so much, and I, once again, on behalf of my colleagues here, express my heartfelt gratitude to DARPG for giving us this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for chairing the first session of today's program. Thank you to all our dignitaries and officers on the dais for sharing their valuable insights. Their presentations have indeed highlighted the practical innovations and collaborative approaches towards strengthening governance and public service delivery. May I now request the dignitaries on the dais to kindly come down for a group photograph with the Additional Secretary, Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances, Government of India, Shri Puneet Yadav, sir. May I also request, sir, to hand over the mementos to the officers from the Government of Meghalaya for their participation and presentation.
We now welcome you to the second plenary session of the day, which will include presentations by the Prime Minister awardees and e-governance awarded initiatives across multiple categories. This significant session, showcasing 2 Prime Minister awarded initiatives and 2 e-governance awards, will be chaired by Shri Puneet Yadav, IAS, Additional Secretary, DARPG, Government of India. Yadav sir belongs to the 1999 batch of the IAS of the West Bengal cadre. May I now have the proud privilege of inviting you to the dais, sir. I would also like to invite the other esteemed members of the panel to join the chair on the dais. Firstly, Shri Anupam Mishra, Additional Secretary, Minister of Consumer Affairs. Sir belongs to the 1995 batch of the Indian Economic Service. I also invite Shri Om Prakash, Mission Director, Samagra Shiksha, Assam, Shri V. Kirthi Vasan, District Collector, Ganjam, Odisha, and Shri Pratham Kaushik, Administrator, Mahakaleshwar Temple. The proceedings of the session is hereon handed over to the chair.
Morning, everyone, and a very warm welcome to this national conference in Shillong. I welcome all the distinguished delegates, speakers, participants who have come from across the country to this beautiful part of our country. And we would like to thank the government of Meghalaya for organizing this wonderful event at such a short notice. And we really acknowledge it because government of Meghalaya barely got 2 weeks to organize this whole event. And they have really put up a wonderful event in place for all of us. I also welcome my distinguished co-delegates of the panel. And they include Shri Anupam Mishra ji. Anupam Mishra ji is an Indian Economic Service Officer from 1995 batch. And he'll be speaking on the e-Jagrati project of Ministry of Consumer Affairs. I also have with me Shri Kirti Vasanji. He is the District Magistrate of Koraput District of Odisha. And he'll be speaking about his award-winning initiative for Prime Minister Awards in Excellence in the Holistic Development of District category. Shri Om Prakash ji is Mission Director of Samagra Shiksha Mission. He is an IS officer of 2006 batch of Assam Meghalaya cadre. And he'll be speaking on Shiksha Setu Ahom, which is again an award-winning project, both in e-governance and PM awards. And last but not the least, I think we had one more speaker who could not join, but hopefully he should join very soon. So as you all see that we heard excellent 6 projects from the government of Meghalaya. So this basically defines the overall background in why these events are held, why these conferences are held. We get to know about so many important initiatives happening across the country. And we get to learn so much about the excellent initiatives which are being done across the country. So DARPG, as a department of Government of India under the Personal Ministry, has this mandate of driving administrative reforms, public grievances, and e-governance reforms. And for this, very important 2 initiatives are, which you all have heard by now, is the PM Awards for Excellence, which Honorable PM himself confers every 21st of April in the Civil Services Day at New Delhi, and the e-Governance Awards, which are conferred by our Honorable MOS, Dr. Jitendra Singh ji, at various conferences like this. So recently, these awards were conferred in Jaipur on 2nd and 3rd of July. So we'll be having these speakers amidst us who will be speaking and telling what made these projects so wonderful and so interesting. Coming back to the background of these awards, which actually we wanted to present to all the officers and the delegates who are here, and because bulk of these would be from the state of Meghalaya, see, this is very interesting because the initiatives which we are discussing here, the approach which we are following here, it actually has a major impact on lending of the important public service delivery schemes of the Government of India, of the state government, and how we all contribute, how you all contribute. This is a big learning process. We are sharing some of the best practices, and even if you can take 1 or 2 good, interesting practices from here, if you are interested that, yes, I should also replicate 1 or 2 of these initiatives in my own district, in my subdivision, in my block, then it is an excellent outcome of this conference. So PM awards are conferred. Basically, they are measuring 6 important things. That as public servants, we work for long hours, long service years of our life we devote to public service. But rarely do we get an opportunity when our work gets recognized, appreciated. So these awards are that initiative. Your work is getting recognized, it is getting appreciated, and at what level? None other than the Honorable Prime Minister himself. And once that happens, you get these opportunities where you have these 3 speakers on the dais who will be making these presentations, and the rest of the country gets to learn from them. Besides this, we also want a constructive competition to happen across the officers. So if someone is doing well, the other officers should also feel motivated that maybe I have done something better than this officer, and next year is my opportunity to make this effort to get this award. Now, 3 other basic objectives include, one is holistic development of district. So through our work, we are focusing on what's called holistic development. while there are schemes which are focusing on relatively small aspects, but when we talk the word holistic development, it means we are bringing all these aspects of the governance, public service delivery in one place, and we are assessing through this scheme called the holistic development of districts. The other important objective of this scheme is aspirational blocks program, because you know, within the district, within the so-called very well-developed districts also, there are pockets of underdevelopment, there are pockets of remoteness where the schemes are not doing so well, areas are having some drawbacks, and how good work can be delivered in those areas is covered and considered under the aspirational block program. The third is the Jan Bhagidari aspect, how well we connect to the citizens, how well we make these stakeholders as the owners of the project, which was excellently also presented in the first session. And the third part is bringing innovation into the public service delivery. We want all our officers should be innovative. They should all think about out-of-the-box solutions to come out of the challenges, to overcome the challenges. And this all is encompassed in these awards. On the second hand, we have this National E-Governance Awards, which is basically focusing on e-service delivery, because it creates so much of transparency, efficiency. We want you all to think, how can IT bring a solution in the long-standing challenges? And I'm sure the three speakers will bring about this aspect in their presentations also. Now, this is a very interesting study, how these PM Awards have emerged over the year, the thought process behind this. So if you see, over the years 2016 to 2022, we used to cover 3 to 4 schemes of Government of India. Now, once you focus on one scheme over 1 year, and then the scheme is changed in assessment in the next year, you tend to lose the focus, you tend to shift from one scheme to other, and the momentum which was about to be built up is lost somewhere. So which is where from the year 2023 onwards, and it has been continuing for 3 years now, we focused that, okay, we will select the schemes and at least continue working on them for 3 to 4 years so that we get to see the final positive outcomes through these initiatives. So these are the 11 schemes which are covered under the first category. So 5 awards are given under this category called Holistic Development of Districts. 5 awards are given under the Aspirational Blocks program, and 6 awards are given under the Innovation category. Now, why I'm mentioning this? Because we would have some of the collectors, SDOs, BDOs over here, but there are other officers also. If you have something innovative work which you are planning, which you have done, please take an opportunity to present them under these awards. I should tell that the assessment process is very rigorous. It almost takes 6 to 8 months to complete the assessment. We have almost 2,000 nominations received in each of the year, and only 16 awards are finally conferred. So under PMA, the selection rate is almost 1 award for every 150 nominations. There are screening committees which have 12 to 15 joint secretaries of Government of India, and you would appreciate it is a very senior committee headed by additional secretary or sometimes even secretary rank officers who diligently work reading every single line of the nomination form. Then there are expert committee which is chaired by the secretary of DRPG with another 8 senior secretaries of Government of India. Now, I don't think there is any other project or initiative in which 8 to 9 secretaries of Government of India are spending 2 to 3 days just going project by project. So this is the significance which is attributed to this whole exercise. And then there is this empowered committee chaired by the Cabinet Secretary of India, who himself invests 2 days of his entire year just going through the proposals of the officers who have submitted them. And finally, the approval is received at the level of the Honorable PM, and the PMO invests a lot of time going through all these initiatives. So the background of this is to motivate you that if people who are just going through the selection process and who are doing this evaluation are investing 7 to 8 months, it is always worthwhile to invest that 15 to 20 days of hard work of your initiative, and so that you also file your nominations. We get good nominations from a lot of northeastern states. Assam submits a lot of nominations. Tripura submits a lot of nominations. Meghalaya also submits some nominations, but we have a scope of further better nomination submission from the state of Meghalaya. So you see how the numbers have exponentially growth over the years. This is the story of PMA. At the same time, this is the story of National E-Governance Awards. Almost the same storyline, only that the domain of output and the work is in the field of e-governance. And here also the number of nominations has been constantly increasing. Now, this I have already mentioned that almost from 100 to 150 awards, only one officer finally gets, and the project finally reaches the status of a PM awardee. And likewise, the numbers are better in the case of e-governance awards. We are out of, on an average 50 nominations, one has a chance of getting finally awarded the project. In the e-governance awards, we were interested to take these awards to the last mile. We wanted to engage the Gram Panchayats, Panchayat Samitis, and the Zilla Parishad, which is where you see more than 1.6 lakh nominations were submitted by the Gram Panchayats of this country, and out of which a few awards were conferred in the nominations. Now, this is interesting when we talk of holistic development of district. Just consider the effort which has been put in designing this scheme itself. Now, these are the 11 schemes which I first mentioned, and just focus on one scheme, Har Ghar Jal Yojana. You may have heard about this scheme. Pipelines were laid, water was supposed to reach, and it is reaching the households. But within these, what we are considering, what we are evaluating in this, it is not that the ministry alone is working on this. From the PMA side, we are focusing on how many villages actually the line has been handed over to the Gram Panchayat, because they are the ultimate authority. They will be doing the maintenance. How many schemes actually have women self-help groups which have been trained for testing the water quality? How many ladies have actually been trained? These are the micro parameters which we consider as important in the success of the scheme. Because unless these parameters are activated, it will only be a sort of a construction project of some vendor, which we don't want it to be. We really want that the water quality is good, people get water 24/7, and all these are taken into account. The self-help group are actually trained to check the water quality, test the water quality. And this is the storyline for all the 11 schemes. So whether it is PM Vishwakarma scheme, it is not only about identifying the beneficiaries and the artisans who will be trained. You actually have to train the artisan. You actually have to get them some financing from the banks so that they can continue their trade. And you also have to deliver the marketing to them. Two schemes which we found were near saturation in 2024. We actually went into deeper analysis of the schemes. We added more parameters because we would never say that, okay, this is the perfect stage. There is always a level of improvement, expected benefits, which can be taken further down to the village and block level. So this is how the evaluation scorecard has improved over the 2 to 3 years. And you will see there is a clear improvement across all the 11 schemes. Assessment happens in qualitative, quantitative, and governance parameters. Now, this is an interesting picture, and I would like you to guess what it could be. This is the skyline of Rajkot district, and what we are presenting here is the use of solar power. One of those 11 schemes is PM Muft Surya Grah Bijli Yojana, and this is how this district has performed excellently in this, and which is where this was one of the awarded schemes, and out of the same year, we have one of the speakers today, Shri Vasan will be discussing his initiatives. And if you see the number of, so almost 32,000 residents of Rajkot became electricity producers. So they are using prosumers, producer-consumers. So we are investing, we are spending a lot in paying our electricity bill. And here is one district where people are earning money by having this solar power on their rooftops, and through which they are actually selling the electricity to the discoms. Likewise, all the other 11 schemes also, there is a significant improvement. A considerable amount of benefit has reached to the last mile and to the citizens. This is the second component of the PM Awards, which is the aspirational block program. So there are around 518 blocks all across the country, and Niti Aayog is monitoring their performance, and our evaluation parameters are as deep as what the Niti Aayog is doing for the whole year. So these 38 parameters across 5 themes, and we heard about the social development indicators in the previous session, healthcare, education. Actually, they are all here. And if you see how the blocks have performed over the last 4 to 5 years, within 2 years, if you see, the nominations which we received in the theme 1, which is health and nutrition, they were having 66% achievement on the parameters. Next year it is 74%. Education theme 64 to 71. Agriculture and allied activities increased from 63 to 71. Social development, there is an increase from 61 to 70%. And basic infrastructure 61 to 69%. So all the 5 themes, all the 38 parameters across the blocks which were considered to be lagging behind it development. Now truly today they have become from aspirational blocks to inspirational blocks. The places in the districts which used to be called much developed actually are lagging behind in the development indicators, and people are asked to go and see what innovative work has happened in the aspirational blocks. So this is the whole storyline, success storyline. I will briefly discuss about 2 or 3 innovation projects also. So this is Poshan Tracker, one of the awarded projects in the PM Awards. And if you see, this project is actually monitoring almost 10 crore plus children which are below the age of 6 years. And when we got into the service, we used to see these Anganwadi workers going from house to house across the villages, carrying 8 to 12 big registers like this. And that was a very cumbersome job, holding 2 kgs and 2.5 kgs of registered, moving around the villages for the whole day. Today, they are carrying one small app in their mobile, and every single child, there is a record of every single child about his or her weight. Ma'am spoke in the previous session about the stunted children, whether their weight is correct, their height is correct, whether they are speaking properly. All these parameters have actually entered in a small mobile app, and this is being monitored so accurately. There is a profiling of all the estates, how the districts are doing, and this has all become enabled because of the your use of a very efficient use of IT. Now, this is one Sugamya Pustakalaya, which was an awarded project from Muradabad. Now, this is one of the normal government schools which you will see across the country. Almost all of these schools have a identical, identification. They will be slightly dilapidated. Teacher may not be present sometimes. But in this school, they have converted it so much, disabled and people, that these children are actually who are having handicap in the field of visual impairment, speech. Each of this child is getting dedicated education there, and just at an investment of around 7 lakh rupees. So it is more about the commitment and involvement of the district magistrate to visualize this project than to any major financial support from any of the agencies. Likewise, this is a DigiKaksha awarded project of Korangakume. This district is on the China border in Arunachal Pradesh. And if you see the school and the classroom, I think most private schools in Delhi will not have this infrastructure. And even if they are spending 10,000 rupees a month for the education of the child. So this infrastructure has been created in such remote location. So this is the commitment which we want to reach and to draw to your attention, because the best thing happens which out of this conference is mutual learning. So if you can get some good idea, if you can take this idea with you, and if you can replicate one of these awarded projects, that would be a great success of this conference. So Bhashini and all, these are all e-governance awarded projects. And we have Mr. Anupam Mishra ji with us, and he'll be speaking on one of those projects which has been awarded. And likewise, we have state level initiatives also, which our other 3 speakers will be speaking. I just wanted to give this overall background in which how DRPG is assisting in taking this innovation and development to the last mile, to the last village. And these conferences are a very important integral component of this. And we wanted to take this to all of you, the officers of the government of Meghalaya who have come here from all the districts and the departments. I hope you will find this interesting and there will be something to really replicate and follow up. So with this oral background now, I'll invite the next speaker. And should I start with Mr. V. Kirthivasan, who will be speaking on his initiative in holistic development of district. Definitely it's an awarded project. And I'm sure Kirti will, you'll find some of the initiatives very innovative and interesting. Kirti.
Thank you, sir. Respected Secretary, ma'am, Additional Secretary, sir, senior officials from Government of India and Government of Meghalaya, my fellow esteemed panel members and all participants, a very good morning to one and all. So I'll be presenting about the initiatives taken as a part of the holistic development category of Koraput district, which was one of the awarded initiatives in the PM Awards of 2024. So in order to put things into perspective, one has to understand the geography and demography of Koraput. Koraput is a predominantly tribal district in the southern part of Odisha, and which has a very vast land area covering more than 8,800 square kilometers, but with a very limited population of hardly 14 lakh people, which translates to roughly 160 persons per 1,000 square kilometers. Per square kilometer, sorry. And the literacy rate as per the previous census was also very low, and more than 83% of the population were residing in rural areas. And the primary livelihood for the people were mostly farm and forest based, and Koraput is also emerging as a tourism hub, provided it is well connected recently through the Bharatmala Expressway from Visakhapatnam and Raipur. So it is turning out to be a good tourism hub, and there is, it has one of the largest bauxite deposits in the country, with NALCO having their biggest mines in Koraput. And Koraput district is also part of the Aspirational Districts program of Niti Aayog, and it also has the distinction of being recognized as one of the globally important agricultural heritage systems, which is only 3 in the entire country. So I'll be briefly talking about the initiatives taken across all the 11 Government of India schemes under which the PM Awards were assessed and awarded. And I will be very brief with respect to the initiatives taken. Firstly, in the Har Ghar Jal Yojana, just as the previous, during the previous session, the kind of challenges that were projected for the state of Meghalaya. Koraput also faces very similar geography and very similar constraints in terms of approachability and in terms of access to remote locations. So the availability of raw materials or the availability of manpower for any construction would take time. So the local teams, they deployed a lot of precast structures for faster implementation, and we also started implementing spring-based water supply systems through which the locally available water sources were tapped, and using multiple staging, because many villages were located on hilltops and they were all very scatteredly located. So in order to ensure that every single village receives pure drinking water, different staging mechanisms were also ensured to enable them with drinking water availability. And we also employed local SHGs in the manufacturing of fly ash bricks, because the availability of raw material was also very limited in the district. So since NALCO was located there, we got fly ash for free from them, and we enabled something called a rural industrial park, in which the local SHGs were provided with machinery for producing bricks, and they were able to supply bricks to construction of these projects as well as for the house constructions. Under Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana Gramin, we took up a saturation approach in which we called every house to be a model house, Mo Adarsh Ghar. So under which we clearly identified what all schemes could be converged as a part of the housing scheme, which would include free electricity connection under Saubhagya Yojana, IHHL under SBM, piped water supply under JJM, and so on. And the state government was also very proactive in enabling land for the landless beneficiaries. We have a state government scheme called Vasundhara Yojana, in which homestead lands are given, are settled free of cost for landless beneficiaries, which also were one of the entitlements under this Mo Adarsh Ghar initiative. And even here, precast cement slabs were used for faster construction of IHHLs, and time was of very huge essence. And the local BDOs used to establish sand banks from which the local beneficiaries can lift sand on payment of the basic royalty alone, which helped in improving the pace of construction of all these houses. And we also had inter-scheme linkages, for example, the masons who were trained under PM Vishwakarma Yojana. So they were enabled and they were tagged with a few group of villages where there was no skilled manpower for construction of houses. So those masons who received training, they were sent on a camp mode to a particular village. They would complete the houses there and then they would move on to the next village for completion. And where there were no houses at all, we set up Vasundhara colonies where the government lands were plotted. They were given to the beneficiaries. A lottery system was done for them to allot the land patches to different households, and uniform structure of households with all the basic amenities like street lights, paved roads, drains, etc. were also established as a part of this scheme. These are a few photos of the completed households. So similarly, under Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, urban also, proactive beneficiary identification to dedicated housing assistant camps were taken up. And even in urban areas, since land is scantily available in urban areas, only land rights certificates were provided to the existing households who were dwelling on government lands. So the land rights certificates are not as good as a patta, but they serve the practical purpose of constructing houses, as well as they can also be used to obtain housing loans by using them as collaterals. Under the mission Indradhanush, vaccination invitation cards, this was one innovation at the district level. So there was huge resistance to vaccination, especially in remote tribal villages, because there was local belief that vaccination would lead to some kind of a health complication. So in order to sensitize them and in order to give them better awareness, vaccination invitation cards were distributed. In addition to that, our Anganwadi Didis and Asha workers, they were provided with Pico projectors, which are portable handheld small projectors through which they could demonstrate the benefits of immunization and what possibly could happen if a child is not immunized. So this has helped in doing away with all the misbeliefs, and this has helped improve the status of immunization in rural areas. And we also followed a no child to be left out approach, in which through mass immunization drives, we were able to cover most of the beneficiaries, but we also reached the beneficiary at the doorstep. There were a few villages which were not connected by road. So our team used to travel by boat. They would walk to the particular village, and we would go to every household and get the child immunized. And also a few people were residing outside. They were either migrated as laborers in other states. So we used to follow up with them over phone, and we also advised them that their particular vaccination dosage is missing, and we advised them to take it from the nearest PHC or the health center that is available to them. Under the Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, hospitals were modernized. We had this Amma Hospital initiative, under which the hospital infrastructure was augmented and made as good as or better than many private facilities available in the district. And we also enabled 24/7 help desk and Swasthya Mitras at all the empaneled hospitals, and Visakhapatnam was the nearest urban hub or the medical hub where most of the citizens would go. So we had our Swasthya Mitras deployed in Visakhapatnam also, so that whenever a person from Koraput would go, they would be assisted in getting their health facilities addressed to. And financial assistance for traveling, definitely that was a major issue, because due to lack of road connectivity or non-availability of public transport, many a times the people were not able to reach the district headquarter hospital, or they were not able to travel to other cities for treatment. So through under the District Red Cross Society, we used to enable their transportation, and additional fleet of ambulances were also procured at the district level. And we also used the award money that we got from Niti Aayog as a part of the aspirational blocks and aspirational district program to augment the health infrastructure in the district. PM Swanidhi is another flagship scheme under which street vendors were provided with model street vending zones, and they were given a very dignified place to sit, and they were also tagged with other beneficiaries of Government of India as well as Government of Odisha. And we followed a strict timeline of 7 days. Any street vendor who applies for the benefits would undergo only a 7-day timeline for the PM Swanidhi registration to be done. And we conducted regular meetings with banks to give them the soft loan component, which is part of the scheme. And in order to ensure that the beneficiaries understand what their entitlements are, we gave them something called Swanidhi Patra, which is a certificate which recognizes associated social welfare schemes which they are entitled to. And we also ensure that all the beneficiaries get empaneled in the other schemes also. So Pradhan Mantri Matru Vandana Yojana is another scheme which was assessed as a part of this award, in which 100% registration of pregnant women were ensured and a 3-tier verification system. Many a times we find a lot of data inconsistency between what is available with the ICDS department as well as the health department. So there was a 3-tier verification which was done at the sector level, at the block level and the district level, which helped us in removing any kind of duplicacy. And as was discussed in the earlier session today, we also had a concept called Magruha, which are basically maternity waiting homes, where the high-risk cases or people who are at a geographically disadvantaged location, they were brought at least 15 to 20 days prior to their EDD, and they were also provided a wage loss allowance of 100 rupees per day from the District Mineral Foundation funds, because many a times there was huge resistance among the mothers, the pregnant women, to come and stay there for a long time, because till the day of delivery they would be going to the fields to work. So in order to compensate for their wage loss, we also gave an incentive of 100 rupees per day, which helped mobilize all these needy mothers to the maternity waiting homes. And we also introduced this nutrition at the doorstep initiative, in which the horticulture department provided vegetable seed kits, and we also ensured that they are implemented properly. In addition to ensuring household level Nutri Gardens, we also had a good network of Anganwadis and centers-led Nutri Gardens also, which improved the health conditions of the pregnant women. And in the slide, you are able to see a red card, which basically identifies a clinical or a geographically high-risk pregnant case. Geographical high risk means that the pregnant woman is located in a very distant location, which from where she cannot be mobilized on a urgent basis. So anyone with a red card would be mobilized and kept in the maternity waiting home, and a safe delivery is ensured, and they are also transported safely back to their homes. So the next scheme is Kisan Credit Card Scheme. Koraput was blessed with a very conducive geography for cultivating high-value crops. So we experimented strawberry, coffee, sunflower, ginger, turmeric, and other horticultural crops, for which the input assistance was brought in through the Kisan Credit Card Scheme. And Koraput has also been a traditional coffee-growing district. It is an extension of the popular Araku Valley, most of you must be aware of. So Koraput also has a very good quality coffee. Under this scheme, we were able to scale up the plantations and the value addition that was being conducted in the district. And a lot of FPOs were formed. The FPOs were roped in, and they were strengthened to provide marketing and technical support to the farmers. And we also tried to link these clusters with tourism, making them very prominent agro-tourism locations for any tourist visiting the district. So the next scheme is PM Vishwakarma, which focuses on empowering traditional artisans. So in this, we identified clusters where such traditional artisans were residing, and they were converted into traditional craft villages. Again, there was a tourism linkage with this particular scheme also. So we identified locations where pottery or weaving was a very predominant activity, and all the artisans were provided with benefits under PM Vishwakarma. And the final step in PM Vishwakarma is to provide them training, bank linkage, and to deliver toolkits. So for every trade, there is a particular toolkit which Government of India provides, and that was also provided to most of the beneficiaries under the scheme. And we also took a conscious effort to link all the persons who are trained with some kind of a marketing or a livelihood support. For example, weavers or tailors who were trained under the scheme, they were provided with a captive market of stitching the school uniforms, which was to be done at the district level. Again, we also spoke about PM Vishwakarma trained masons, whom we had employed for constructing PMAY houses under different blocks of the district. So now moving on to Saksham Anganwadi and Poshan 2.0. Koraput has also been a traditional millet growing district. We had a good productivity of ragi. And we also set up a centralized millet processing unit from where we started supplying millet-based snacks items like ragi laddus and ragi cookies, whose nutritional values were properly verified. And they were supplied to the Anganwadi centers where as a supplementary nutrition to the Anganwadi going children. And a good number of nutritional rehabilitation centers were also set up across different subdivisions of the district. And here a nutritional incentive of 200 rupees per day, again out of DMF funds were provided to them. In addition to providing the child with additional nutrition support, the mother who stayed there was also provided with a wage loss allowance and a nutritional incentive, so that any SAM, ma'am or a underweight child who comes to the NRC would get the proper treatment and would return back as a healthy child or a baby. And there was also tracking for the next 6 to 12 months, so that we ensure that they don't fall back into the malnourishment cycle. Another PM Suryagar Muft Bijli Yojana. This was started very recently in the district. A lot of extensive awareness was required because there was a kind of resistance among the beneficiaries to pay an upfront amount of, let's say, 80,000, 90,000 rupees to take up a 1 kilowatt solar power. But the government of Odisha came up with a matching grant incentive over and above what government of India offered. So the current rate for a 1 kilowatt supply has come down to as low as 1,800 rupees. So any person who would want a 1 kilowatt solar connection at his or her house would just have to pay 1,800 rupees just for the net metering system, and he or she would get the benefits, rest of which is subsidized. That is applicable only for the 1 kilowatt system. But the 2 kilowatt and the 3 kilowatt systems are still going on with the subsidies of Government of India and Government of Odisha. And we also took up some model solar villages. One village, Badasagar village of an aspirational block, Lamtaput, was selected as a model solar village, under which all the households were provided with 1 kilowatt solar systems. So these are a few of the other innovations apart from these 11 Government of India schemes, a few other innovations which supplemented our efforts in achieving saturation. Magruho is the initiative that we spoke about. This is the millet processing unit that I mentioned about. Here we collaborated with ICRISAT, and they provided us the technical expertise. The raw material was readily available in the district. We got this tagged with the local SSG members. They run the unit throughout the year. And the annual turnover of about 65 lakhs was observed in 2024, and they are expanding and doing better. We also supply these nutritional supplements to our hostel-going children. Koraput has one of the largest network of SC/ST hostels. We have around 500 hostels with more than 60,000 children residing with us. So in order to provide them nutritional support, we tagged the millet processing unit for providing them the snacks items. And this rural industrial park was one of the finalists in the previous year of PM Awards under the district innovation category. So basically the idea was to convert LWE hotbeds into development hotspots. There were a lot of company operating bases which were vacated by the CRPFs or the BSF, which was very good infrastructure at the heart of rural Koraput. So these infrastructure were lying vacant, and we started providing marketing and machinery support at these remotely located places, and the local villagers were given the responsibility of running these units. So depending on the locally available raw material, be it any agricultural crop or be it any item like manufacturing bricks or running a salon, whatever is possible in that particular location. These are a few activities that we took up as a part of the Rural Industrial Park initiative. We ran apparel units, we had a sericulture hub, we ran poultry units, and we also had footwear manufacturing, beekeeping, paper plate making, and we also were mindful on ensuring a creche facility at all the locations, because mostly SSG women were involved. They would bring their children, leave them in the creche, and they can go for work.
Kirti, we can close, please.
These were a few of the awards and recognitions that we had received as a part of different initiatives in the district. Thank you so much for the patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirti. That was a very comprehensive presentation of all the schemes of PM Awards, and I'm sure you would have seen the depth of the work which was implemented in the district. So now I will request Shri Anupam Mishra ji. He is Additional Secretary in Department of Consumer Affairs. He will be speaking on another National E-Governance awarded project of e-Jagrati.
Secretary DARPG, Additional Secretary DARPG, senior officers from DARPG, Government of Meghalaya, distinguished delegates from various states in Northeast and other parts of the country. Good afternoon. At the onset, I thank DARPG and Government of Meghalaya for having given us this opportunity. Now, this what I would be presenting is different from what we had in the previous presentation. The sum and substance of this is, if as a consumer, we have bought some goods or services from a local shopkeeper, from an e-commerce platform, from a store, and we have a grievance to that is not up to our satisfaction, how do we resolve it? We had consumer commissions, consumer courts, what we call them. The earlier methodology approach was that you have to go to a court, file cases, go for hearing, and that was very, very cumbersome. So what it did was, sitting at the comfort of your home, at your shop, wherever you are, with the help of an app, you can file a case, get it listed, even appear in your cases yourself or through an advocate and keep a track of it and get it resolved. Next. So basically, Consumer Protection Act in 2019, the earlier act was repealed, the new act of 2019 was enacted. That basically was to take care of globalization, technology, the e-commerce, and the digitization that we had seen in the marketplace. Now what we had, now the consumer courts, consumer commissions were the ecosystem that were to address the grievances that arise of a consumer whenever he buys some goods or services. We had district commissions at the district level, we had the state commissions at the state level, and the national commission. Now, as we can see, there are 5 types of cases that could be filed in a commission, then the district state commission, we had around 10, then the national commission, 12. Now, the existing system that we had prior to e-Jagrati, that we had a separate system at the National Commission, a separate system at the State and District Commission. For online portal, we had a separate system that was e-Dakhil, and to basically keep track of your grievances, cases that you file, you had a separate system that we called a Confonet. Now the challenges was basically there was data had to flow from one system to another. The workflows, every state had its own system. At some places they wanted 2 documents, at another they wanted 3 or 4 documents. There was no centralized mapping. The payment trap basically at times if you deposit the fee and your case does not get listed, it is rejected at the scrutiny level, the refunds were a challenge. And then you had to appear yourself in the commission. There was no provision of hearing through VCs, video conferences. Now what we did from 1st of January 2025, we initiated e-Jagrati. It provides for a virtual hearing, cases can be filed, one platform, one process across the country. And what we have seen since we launched it from 1st of January, around 4.5 lakh users have registered. It has also seen that many NRIs are people who come to India and buy goods and are not satisfied. From other than India, across the other countries also when they go back, they are able to file cases and also appear in the cases when it comes for the listing in the consumer commissions. Now this is the entire workflow, basically a single unified platform. The workflow is unified. It's basically a high, availability is quite high, scalability is there. Payment is basically if your case has been scrutinized, then only you will have to pay. And the number of steps for filing a cases have also been reduced. Now, basically it provides for entire paperless filing. The cause list, the day when your case would come is generated online with no manual intervention. district boards are online, document management, your case files, judgments, everything is online. Then it has a virtual hearing. You can appear on your cases basically without having the need to go to a consumer commission. In earlier, basically, it was a payment trap. Even if you make a payment and your case at the scrutiny level gets rejected, then there was no provision for a refund. Here, basically, the payment is after the scrutiny, so the challenge is not there, and when the case is accepted, the payment would be taken. Smart search. Now, sometimes what happens if you are dealing with a case and you want to know that what have been the similar decisions in other cases. So here you can make a very smart search, like Amazon, just for example, or any company, what have been the grievances and how the case pertaining to that company has been dealt. If you have a builder-buyer dispute, you can just search on the name of a builder. You will get all the case laws, the decisions that have been taken. So the chances that you will be taken for a ride by the advocate are considerably reduced. Then you can also get details basically on the date of filing by the opposite party. So before filing a case, also one can do all the due diligence. Another feature of this e-Jagriti has been the judgments can be delivered in your own language. So these are some of the snapshots that we have given. But first what we see in Gujarati. So basically the judgment is in Gujarati, so you can understand it. Tamil, this is another snapshot we have. Then Hindi, the judgments basically they're delivered in Hindi, and that's how basically they are stored in the system also. Next. Oh, sorry. This is another very, very important feature, justice from anywhere. Now, basically what I was saying, the video conferencing facilities have been installed in the National Commission and all the state commissions. So basically now you don't need to travel and waste your time. When your case is coming up, you can just switch on the VC, see what your advocate is doing, is he properly defending the case, and you also have an option to basically yourself appear and defend your case. This has those accessibility features, font size, then your OTP you can read, audio captcha, all those normal accessibility features have been introduced over here. Another important feature is AI and machine learning. So basically what we have done is we have this NLP for legal document. Now that basically classifies the Consumer Commission's orders and gives a legal insight. It also helps us generate success stories. Now what we mean by a success story, a case that was filed may be heard immediately, not delayed, may be heard in 30 days or 45 days, and you have a decision coming, so that basically, so we are able to popularize it also and also put it in the social media. So somebody doesn't need to read it. The system itself identifies and gives us those feedbacks, AI chatbot, and then high performance AI infrastructure. Now what we did was, when we launched the e-Jagriti, it was not something new that we were doing. There was an old system that was working, and that was there across India in 700 district commissions. We had 36 state commissions and the national commission. So we had a challenge that we could not just one fine morning say that dismantle the old and come to the new. So we had to do a lot of hand-holding of all the 700 district commissions. The cases that were earlier physically filed on the district commissions, they had to be onboarded, put in the new system, and then there were other challenges. So basically what we see, we had a ticketing system where any grievance that any one of the commission is facing, any individual is facing who is trying to file a case, or advocate, so that all used to be, tickets used to be generated, so that there is enhanced accountability of everyone. Global outreach. So this slide basically says, now this is basically the data you can see. People from other countries who come to India, they buy a good, and this is the data up to 13th July 2026, are able to file cases. We have cases being filed from USA, we have cases being filed from Bahrain, Qatar, United Arab Emirates, then UK, many countries. There are 60 countries from where cases have been filed in the Indian Consumer Commission. That was perhaps not the case prior to this. And this is what technology can do. Now, this is a very, very important feature. Your grievances, where perhaps you would have earlier struggled and feared going to a court, can be filed at your ease and also defended by you at your age. Now, these are some of the examples of the technical training and capacity building initiatives that we have taken. So here what we see here that we have the member of the State Commission of J&K and then many other states what we had done in the North India, and similar capacity building programs, initiatives we had done in other parts of the country also. Now, this was basically a new thing, that e-Sunwai, e-Jagriti Sunwai, that is what we call a Jan Sunwai. So anyone who has a challenge or finds it difficult to file the cases on e-Jagriti, every Tuesday at 4 p.m., we and our team sits there. Anybody can log in, anybody. And if there is a difficulty, he can just tell it to us. We take note of it and try to resolve it. Another thing that we did differently was we had do-it-yourself videos. Now, these do-it-yourself videos we created subsequently based on the feedbacks that we received on the Jansanwai and the problems that we were getting on the ticketing system. So when we did it on that, this was something that everybody could relate to, not something that we created by ourselves. So once we had these do-it-yourself videos, then the number of complaints that we were getting on our helpline through Jansanwai, they decreased significantly. This is the data analysis that basically shows how, now what it shows is, having put everything on a digital map, on the one hand, has made it easy for the consumers to file the case. On the other hand, policymakers now get all the details. How many cases are pending in which consumer commission? Now we can know from Delhi, and the states also can know, state governments, which is the oldest case pending here in India, why has it been pending so long, different categories of cases that are pending. So it helps all that analysis. We keep writing letters to the consumer commissions and the state commission that please expedite your pendency of cases. The data analysis, types of cases, which are the major grievances that are coming. So, yes. Now, this is basically raising up the performance standard. So with this e-Jagriti and the analysis that we have, now this is important. Earlier what we say, the disposal rate was quite low. Now with all this, at least 14, 15 states are there where the disposal rate is now more than 100%. So that's what it means is, if 100 cases are, X number of cases are being filed, the number of cases being disposed are more than the number of cases being filed. This has improved on saving, this has improved on time efficiency, and I also had improvements on quality. So I think, yes, sir. So we had the e-Jagriti Silver Award for the government process re-engineering by use of technology for digital transformation. Thank you.
Thank you, Anupamji, for that wonderful presentation on consumer protection and consumer awareness. I'm sure some of the audience here would like to use some of the features because this is an issue we face very regularly. So now I will invite our next speaker, Shri Om Prakash Ji, who is from the neighboring state of Assam, and he'll be speaking on a very important project which has a relevance to each one of us sitting here.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. Respected Secretary Ma'am, Additional Secretary Sirs, all the officials from the DARPG, Government of Meghalaya and other state. I will be speaking on an initiative which is taken by the Education Department of Government of Assam, and that's we call the Shiksha Setu Okhom. Okhom is practically the meaning Assam only, but it's a local dialect, so use the Okhom. We are having 35 districts in Assam, and as per census 2011, our population is 3.12 crore. We are having 55,000 schools. Out of that, 45,000 are in government sector. Out of 70 lakh students, 48 lakh in the government sector, and out of 3 lakh 40,000 teachers, 2.1 lakh is in education, so in government schools. Now, and this slide is common to all the states. What are the key service delivery gaps which each state faces in the education department? If we ask schools, they are not having the registry of the students and teachers. always complain that the teachers are being transferred without keeping the pupil-teacher ratio in mind. We are having 2 teachers, even out of that 1 has been transferred, out of 3, 1 has been transferred, and the pupil-teacher ratio is 60/1 or something like that. When we speak with the parents or students, then the complaints comes, it is very difficult to migrate transfer the student from one school to another school. It's very difficult and the time taking. And sometimes we are not having the subject specific teacher, so it's affecting the education of the student. When we ask the teacher, then they are having different problem. We are doing the lot of you can say academic activities, just like preparing the report and sending them on the day-to-day basis. So we are not having time to take the proper classes of the students, and their leave are not sanctioned, the leaves are not sanctioned in time. And what the department faces, everyone we are saying there are a lot of ghost students in the system. One student is enrolled in number of the schools, and he is getting, you can say, the midday meal, uniform, textbook everywhere. Then we are having the problem of the proxy teachers, especially in the difficult area. Teacher doesn't go, he or she hire the local youth and pay part of his or her salary and stay in the headquarters. Or they go after 3-4 days, if nobody has inspected, backdate sign will be there, and everyone is present now. And the last one is we as a government, we are not having the real-time data. We depend on the UDAS with UDAS data, which get updated once in a year, so we are not having real-time data. So whatever we are getting the information, it's almost 1 year late. So what we did is, we came with a solution that's an app which used the artificial intelligence-based facial recognition technology. This is predictive analytics and digital technology. This app presently works in all the Android devices. So what we did is, under facial recognition technology, I think most of us are having the Digi Yatra. So this is the Digi Yatra of each student. Daily when he enters in the school, he is passing through the Digi Yatra. So the student identification is not in the register now. Students identify or teachers are identified by 72 points on his or her face. So we do the one-time registration just like the Digi Yatra. One-time registration is there. In the Digi Yatra, it is being identified through the Aadhaar. Here the headmaster becomes the Aadhaar authenticated kind of person. So he identified the student or the teacher in his or her school. So if any other schools try to, you can say, enroll the student again, then the system will say, so this student has already enrolled, you can't enroll it again. So the duplicacy has been stopped and the problem of the ghost student has been removed. The second is, when the teachers get enrolled, the headmaster knows that this is the teacher, no proxy teacher can't be enrolled. So the proxy teachers can't be there. So now the problem of the proxy teachers has been resolved fully. And because attendance has to be taken on the daily basis, so that backdate attendance is not possible now. Further, we are having the geofencing. So 500-meter geofencing is there. One has to come within the 500-meter range to mark the attendance. Third is, attendance can be taken in of an individual or a group. So if you can see on the right-hand side, on the top, it is a group attendance. On this mobile, you can see a single one. And you can take the attendance of the 30 to 40 students just within 1 minute. And it is a real-time data. You can see in the next time, we can record up to the second, at what hour, what minute, and what second the attendance was taken. And it works in the offline and flight mode also. So at the time of taking the attendance, you can remain on the offline and flight mode, but once you want to push the data to the state server, then you have to, you can say, be in the network area. So daily 50 lakh students and teachers are giving attendance through through this AI-based. We are the only state who is doing at such a mass level. This is how the attendance are being taken. So if you can see on the right-hand side, the teacher's attendance, if there is on leave, it is mentioned leave, absent, absent. And on the extreme right, you can see the hours and second also, at what hours, what minute, and what second the attendance was taken. And on the left-hand side, you can see the students are present, tick has been marked. The next one is the predictive analytics. Here, the first one is the early dropout identification. If the student is remaining absent for 1 week, 2 weeks, then as the week passes, the possibility of dropout increases. So this system identifies those students who are absent for a long time and there is a possibility of the dropout. We have now started sending messages to the parents also. I will come to in that next slide. Then the teachers rationalization, there are few schools where the students are less but teachers are more. Few schools where the students are more but the teachers are less. This system identifies which school need teachers and from where and which teacher will be transferred. So system automatically identifies the person. So there is no manual intervention. The second one is retirement analysis. The system identifies how many teachers are going to retire in next 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, 1 year, so that you can do the recruitment of the teachers in time. So you can say education of the student is not getting affected. Third one is the proposed amalgamation. Issue of the smaller school is a pan-Indian problem. Few students with 1 or 2 teachers. So there is a multi-grade, means one classroom is having 2 or 3 classes. So the quality of education getting affected. So what is required is the smaller schools should be merged with the nearby bigger schools. This system identifies which school will be merged into the which school. So it gives us you can identify the schools based on the distance, based on the infrastructure, and based on the people-teacher ratio. So you identify, so you need not to call the reports from the districts. Then if we are cutting it manually, then there will always be manipulation. Now system identify which school will be merged into which school. Now this is here I would like to draw your attention. We are sending these kind of messages on the daily basis. The first message goes to the headmaster of the schools where attendance has not taken through the Shiksha Setu by 10 o'clock, or it has been taken for few classes and it has not taken for the few classes. Message will go to the headmaster. Your attendance of your student in class 3 has not been taken through Shiksha Setu. Kindly ask the class teacher to take the attendance. It will go dot at 10 o'clock to the daily basis. The second one will goes to the class teacher of those students where student is absent since last 5 days. So message will go, dear class teacher, your so-and-so student is absent in the school since last 5 days, kindly contact the parents. The next message goes to the parents, dear parents, your son or your daughter so-and-so of so-and-so school is absent from the school since last 5 days, kindly send him or her to the schools. And the last one goes to the district collector and the district education officer. What is the attendance in your district today? And block-wise attendance also. So district collector and district education officers are also aware that what is the attendance part. And we are sending almost 1 crore message per month through this system. Assam is the only state which is sending messages to the parents and class teachers, and this shows the sensitivity of the states towards the people that they should send their students, send their kids to the schools. Now, how we are monitoring? We are monitoring it through the Vidya Samiksha Kendra. It's a Government of India Ministry of Education initiative. But what we have done is, we have integrated Shiksha Setu with the Vidya Samiksha Kendra, and our Shiksha Setu data are dynamic data. It's daily getting updated, whereas the other states are using the UDAS data which gets updated once in a year. So our data are dynamic, and we are having the call center from where we are sending the data, and this is one of the most robust command and control center in the country. What are the impact of the Shiksha Setu? No more ghost student. We have removed more than 3 lakh ghost students from the system, and we are saving almost 100 crore rupees per annum on the midday meal, on the uniform, on the textbook, and other teaching learning material. We spent 12 crore initially, and every year we are spending almost 4 crore, but we are saving 100 crore rupees per annum. Secondly, no more proxy teachers, no more backdated attendance. Students online transfer. Now students can be transferred from one school to another school. Just what parents need to do is go to the present school headmaster. I want my son to be transferred in so-and-so district, in so-and-so school. So here the headmaster of these schools will transfer the data in that school. That school's headmaster just to accept the data. Entire credentials will be transferred. No transfer certificate, nothing is required. Admission will happen within 5 minutes. Next is the teachers rationalization from the, you can say the teachers where are they surplus to the schools where they require. We have transferred 2,700 teachers. Smaller schools merged with the bigger schools, almost 2,400. Leave management, now entire leave management of the teachers are online, no offline system. So in last 2.5 years, 27 lakh plus leave applications have been approved through this system. And one point I have not mentioned, due to all this impact, our dropout has gone down drastically in last 3 years. So challenges, initially there was resistance from the teachers. They went to the Honorable High Court. High Court said that you can't force the teachers to use their own devices, but state have all the right to you can say identify the mechanism through this attendance can be taken. So we have provided them the tablets. Over 60,000 tablets has been provided to all the schools, and now they are taking attendance through that. Lack of digital knowledge for the teachers, every time it happens, so a lot of training was given, audio videos were prepared. Technical glitches, definitely when the new technology initially happens, so it was also there, and network issue in the certain area. Now you may ask that I was saying that it can be done in the offline and flight mode, then how we are talking of the network. So it is those difficult area where teacher can't come in the network area on the daily basis. So they around 400 such schools, they are not able to push the data on the daily basis. Rest all of them are pushing the data. Now issue is whether it's scalable. Yes, it is very much scalable. What is required is, required the political and administrative will. If that is there, it can be done. So for this, we received the National E-Governance Award in the Gold category in 2024 from the DARPG. And last year also we received the Prime Minister Award for Excellence in the Public Administration. Now what is the future plan? Using the AI, we are planning to increase the learning outcome of the students. For that, learning plan for each and every student we will prepare using the artificial intelligence, and we will use the oral reading fluency AI software. We are already in talk with the Ek Step Foundation of Sri Nandan Nilekantji, then the Vadvani AI Foundation, and the Pratham Education Foundation. So we are almost in the final stage of finalizing this one. Early warning system, we have already prepared. Its accuracy is more than 90%. You can identify which student is going to drop out very soon. So system can identify it. We are using the AI for the teacher assistant, especially the preparing of the lesson plan, and for the AI for the parents. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Sir, if time permit, I am having a small video, otherwise we can skip, sir. You can kindly play the video. Thank you.
नई नीतियों के माध्यम से शैक्षिक यात्रा में सुधार कर भावी पीढ़ी को शिक्षित करना विश्व के अग्रणी नेता हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का सपना है। इस सपने को हकीकत में बदलने के लिए मुख्यमंत्री डॉक्टर हिमंत बिस्वा शर्मा के दूरदर्शी नेतृत्व में असम सरकार के स्कूल शिक्षा विभाग द्वारा महत्वपूर्ण कदम उठाते हुए एडवांस टेक्नोलॉजी के इस्तेमाल से एक ऑनलाइन पोर्टल शुरू किया गया है, जिसका नाम है शिक्षा सेतु अहोम। यह पोर्टल राज्य के स्कूलों, शिक्षकों, कर्मचारियों तथा छात्रों के बारे में 360 डिग्री जानकारी उपलब्ध करवाते हुए विभाग को और अधिक सशक्त तथा लक्ष्य जवाबदेह बनाने का अनूठा मंच है, जो कि दिन प्रतिदिन के कार्यों की सूचना देने के सिंगल स्रोत के रूप में कार्य करता है। इसका एक मोबाइल एप्लीकेशन भी तैयार किया गया है, जिसमें नामांकन व अवकाश हेतु आवेदनों के साथ साथ शिक्षकों तथा छात्रों की उपस्थिति दर्ज करने की प्रक्रिया को सरलीकृत करते हुए इसे अधिक पारदर्शी व जवाबदेह बनाया गया है। स्कूल परिसर के 750 मीटर के दायरे में जियो टैगिंग से डिजिटल माध्यम से चेहरे की रियल टाइम पहचान हो जाती है। इस प्रकार वास्तविक समय प्रबंधन सूचना प्रणाली स्थापित करने के लिए आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस आधारित ग्रुप फेशियल रिकॉग्निशन टेक्नोलॉजी के उपयोग में संभवतः असम पहला राज्य है। इस पोर्टल के माध्यम से शिक्षकों द्वारा प्रॉक्सी के जरिए उपस्थिति लगाने तथा बिना बताए अनुपस्थित रहने की पूर्व में आ रही बड़ी कठिनाई दूर हो रही है तथा अब शिक्षक नियमित रूप से व समय पर स्कूल आ रहे हैं। एप्लीकेशन से नकली या घोस्ट स्टूडेंट की पहचान में भी मदद मिल रही है तथा अब इस ग्रुप से जुड़े छात्रों की संख्या में लगभग 4 लाख की कमी आई है। इस पोर्टल में छात्रों व अभिभावकों की सुविधा के लिए ड्रॉप बॉक्स नाम से सुविधा भी दी गई है। एक से दूसरे स्कूल में स्थानांतरण की प्रक्रिया को सरल बनाती है। छात्र का डेटा, स्थानांतरण प्रमाण पत्र, पास प्रमाण पत्र आदि बिना परेशानी के अन्य स्कूल में ट्रांसफर कर दिया जाता है। शिक्षकों व कर्मचारियों के अवकाश आवेदनों का अनुमोदन ऑनलाइन माध्यम से ही निस्तारण किया जाता है। साथ ही उनकी सेवा निवृत्ति की निगरानी करने, छात्र शिक्षक अनुपात का आकलन तथा विषयवार शिक्षक उपयोग का मूल्यांकन भी संभव हो सकेगा। पोर्टल से निकट भविष्य में स्कूल एकीकरण के संबंध में भी पूर्वानुमानित विश्लेषण किया जा सकेगा। इस पोर्टल में किए प्रावधान अनुसार अब जैसे ही कोई छात्र 2 से 4 सप्ताह से अधिक समय तक बार-बार अनुपस्थित रहने लगता है, तो यह पोर्टल संभावित ड्रॉप आउट छात्रों के बारे में पूर्वानुमान दे देता है। इस प्रकार के छात्रों की समय रहते जानकारी मिल जाने से उन्हें स्कूल प्रणाली में वापस लाने में मदद मिलती है। आशा है कि समस्त विभागीय गतिविधियों को रियल टाइम आधार पर प्रदर्शित करने वाला ये महत्वपूर्ण एवं सशक्त नवाचार स्कूल शिक्षा में सकारात्मक परिवर्तन लाएगा, जो कि प्रधानमंत्री जी के सपने को साकार करने व भावी पीढ़ी के लिए एक नया सवेरा लाने में मील का पत्थर साबित होगा।
So thank you, Om Prakash ji, and that was really very innovative and very powerful solution, because I still recall my first posting as a STM, and I had visited some schools, and the problem was same. Teachers were not there, proxy teachers were there, and class 3, class 4 children not able to read one line of class 1. So this gap in education, I think this is a very strong solution which can cover so many gaps. So compliments to the state of Assam for developing such a innovative solution. And with this, we'll conclude this session, and I'm thankful to all the speakers. Because of the paucity of time, we are not taking any questions here, but I'm sure you liked all the solutions and all the apps and the portals which they have developed. Specifically, e-Jagrati also has a relevance to each one of us. So thank you. We'll close the session now.
Thank you, Chairman Sir, for the detailed information on the PMA and the National E-Governance Awards, which will definitely be a motivation for the delegates to contemplate for participation and sharing of ideas. Thank you to the panelists also for sharing these innovative projects through this platform, which will spur mutual sharing for better governance in multiple sectors. We also have the privilege of having the Secretary, DARPG, Srimati Nivedita Shukla Verma ma'am with us, who has just arrived. We extend our warm welcome to you, ma'am, and take this opportunity to request you to kindly do the honors and give away mementos to the panel members to be followed by a group photograph. I now invite the esteemed panelists to kindly walk down for a group photograph and the gifting of mementos. Let us give a resounding applause for all the panelists for the first 2 sessions of today's plenary. Thank you, ma'am, and to the other members of the panel. We now break for lunch with a request to all to kindly maintain the timing, as we have one more post-lunch session to be followed by the official inaugural session, which will be joined by the Union Minister of State, Dr. Jitendra Singh, sir, and the Honorable Chief Minister Meghalaya, Shri Conrad K. Sangma. It is a fervent request to one and all to kindly maintain the timing and reassemble here by 45 minutes max. Lunch is being served in the main banquet hall.
Good afternoon. May I request all the participants who are waiting outside to kindly come inside the conference hall. We will begin the post-lunch session, followed by the inaugural session. May I request one and all participating members who are currently standing outside to please come inside the conference hall. We will begin the post-lunch session. I am to again request all participants to kindly assemble at the conference hall. We will begin the next session
in exactly 2 minutes.
We will now begin the third session of the day, which is special because of the fact that the presentations are from the Ministry of Donor, joining this conference from its various multiple sectors for the first time for session presentation as informed by the DARPG. If I may add that in view of the many presenters for this session, I request the distinguished panel to kindly keep to the timing, bearing in mind the presence of the other eminent dignitaries who will be joining us shortly for the official inaugural session thereafter.
Ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon session, post-lunch, will focus on the Ministry of Development of the Northeastern region and the collaborative initiatives and efforts aimed at unlocking the immense developmental potential of the Northeastern region. Without further ado, I take this opportunity in inviting to the dais Shri Anshuman De, Joint Secretary, Donor, who will be chairing this session and will be giving a presentation on the initiatives in bamboo and agarwood sectors, experiences in cluster development through artisans, empowerment, and process improvement. May I also take this opportunity in inviting the other esteemed dignitaries and officers to also take their place on the dais. Dr. D. Vijay Kumar, Commissioner and Secretary, Government of Meghalaya, Shri S.K. Bhala, Secretary, Northeastern Council, Shri Aditya Goenka, Indian Police Service, CID, Meghalaya. I now take this opportunity in handing over the remainder of the session to the Chair, Shri Anshuman De, Joint Secretary Donor. Over to you, sir.
A very good afternoon to you, all the distinguished participants. Today, I think I'm thankful to DARPG for giving us an opportunity to, this platform rather, to talk about certain things which the Ministry of Donor for last few years have been striving to establish. Many of you may not be actually that much familiar with the northeastern states, its geography. I expect that some of you may have visited occasionally one or two places. But there is a common thread that binds all the 8 states of northeastern region, which our Honorable Prime Minister has given a name, Ashtalakshmi, that 8 growth engines. So that makes it special. There are other interstate council also, but there is a special council for Northeastern Council. I think Mr. Bhalla is sitting here. He is the Secretary of Northeastern Council. So basically, we'll be telling you 4 stories in this session 3. A session which focuses on the unique strengths and potential of all the northeastern states. Is it okay if I sit here and talk, or should I go to the dais? Better to go to the dais, okay. Yes, so these stories we have picked, selectively. There are many stories to tell about the northeastern region, but from administrative reforms, if we keep to the topic, then we just picked up 4 stories. The first one is about 2 products of the northeastern region. One is the green gold that most of you are familiar with. That is a strength of the northeastern region. Second is about agar wood, which many of you may not be knowing, which is a product which is the most sought after ingredient of luxury perfumes in the world. And the origin of this, to a great extent, is from this northeastern region. We'll be talking about that, how it links to the livelihood of the people over there, and how working together, adopting a whole of the government approach, makes it enhance the outcome many times. The third story is about certain unique selling propositions of the states, which in joint collaboration with the states, we have been able to identify and started working on. So one of the speakers will be telling about the USP of all the states as well as tourist circuits. The third speaker will be speaking about high-level task force, which is an innovation in governance in which the chief minister level leadership are made to think not about their own states, but also about the other states of the region, and working together so that there is, right from the beginning, there is a political ownership in addition to the bureaucratic ownership, which guarantees success of the initiative right from the beginning. And then also, we'll be talking about certain initiatives which lead to citizen-friendly governance in terms of smart policing, and how the local resources, local talents can be utilized in developing such a system. As a presenter, I'll be making a presentation on the initiatives on bamboo and agarwood. Many of you will find it very, very interesting. So, The presentation is there, I think, in front of you. Next. Yeah, this is kind of two products which is found in almost all the 8 states. And as you know, the northeastern region comprises 8 states. 8th one is Sikkim, earlier it used to be called 7 Sisters. Then there's a huge amount of international border, as much as 5,484 kilometer international border with 5 countries. There are 5.3 crore people over here as per the latest estimate. And about 20% of the country's forest cover reside here. Now, talking of agarwood, one of the products we are talking about is 96.6% of the agarwood tree population in this country is there in the northeast only. And bamboo is the second largest producer in India, is in this northeastern region, and they have 90 bamboo species, 41 of them are endemic. Next. Now, these are very high potential resources, but due to some structural gaps, we haven't been able to harness their fullest potential. The opportunities that we talk about are, these are ingredients of luxury perfumes. Global value is estimated at $41 billion US dollars. Then Gulf Corporation Council is the largest market, and it is marketed in Europe extensively. Then due to supply gap, due to resource depletion is in traditional production, it is in the region. Now challenges are there many. Actually, this sector woken up only in 2021 with Assam and Tripura taking up the first agarwood policy. After that, many people came together and told us that there are as many as 14 institutions, agencies which are involved in that, and coordinating across these agencies by a single department or single agency or even a single state is extremely difficult. So that is the point actually donor entered the scene. And as we'll discuss, one task force for agarwood was constituted, and that task force gave its recommendations, which was converted into a roadmap, 15-point roadmap, which was approved by the Government of India and which was under implementation with a agarwood steering group. Now, importance of these comes from the fact that the cost of 1 tola, 11.66 gram is 1 tola, of pure agarwood oil is as costly as 1 tola of gold. So is that much it is valuable, but there was no standards as on date as we talk here. The value chain is extremely fragmented, informal. Then all these, despite all these challenges, we did a lot of interventions which I'll narrate in the subsequent slides, but due to lack of time, I'll try to be as brief as possible. Bamboo also provides opportunity to create livelihood and also create high-end products which are much acclaimed in the international market. So certain interventions we plan to take up. Next. So first I'll touch agarwood. Now my presentation focuses on 4 dimensions. One is the governance aspect, second thing is the process, and third one is that responsibility, and fourth is how it is being monitored on a milestone basis. Next. So this is briefly how it all started with constitution of an interministerial task force. This was a kind of innovation that we did, how to intervene in a problem-ridden sector. So a interministerial task force headed by a joint secretary, I was fortunate to head that. Then submission of report, then roadmap as I mentioned, and then Agarud steering group was constituted. That steering group holds regular meeting. Next. Now this is the ownership at every level. That is, that local level, we have state governments, then regional agencies. On technical domain, we have research agencies and technical institutions. Then at national level, we have central ministries and agencies like Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Ministry of Commerce, DGFT, then Ministry of Agriculture and Food Processing, Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Ministry of MSME and Ministry of Cooperation. And after these comes the Export Promotion Council. So it is a very long value chain in which at different stages you can see the multiplicity of the agencies which is involved. And as a result, if you fix up one side, the other side becomes open, and that is how the progress, the harnessing of the potential has not been to the optimum level and requiring donors' intervention. Next. So there were many processes which were going on manually, like a certificate of origin. Now here let me talk about a little bit detail. Agarud is a restricted item. It cannot be exported just like that. It is one of the items mentioned in CITES Convention, Convention for International Trade in Endangered Flora and Fauna. So agarud being a tree, it is there, it is depleting in the wild. So it requires special permission from DGFT as a restricted item. And for that, it has to be within the quota approved by CITES International Convention. So for that, it requires a study by the country. And after that study, quota is fixed. And as per the quota, certificates are issued. But the process was so complex, complicated, that people used to import just like anything from the countries like Indonesia, Myanmar, or Thailand. And in the name of value addition, put agar wood, essence of this land, which is grown in this land in the form of agarwood trees. And then in the name of value addition, they used to re-export it. For re-export, there is no restriction, there is no quota. So this was how the trade was happening. So what we did, we first increased the quota 6 times what was existing there. But even then the export didn't catch up. People still preferred to export it as a re-export, not as a something produced in this land. So later on we put everything in collaboration with DGFT. The issue of certificate of origin was put online. Last month only we have achieved that. And we propose to do CITES clearance system also, because 3 things are required. One is your DGFT permission, another is certificate of origin, and third one is CITES authorities permission. So these things, I think first 2 things have been done. Traceability has not been done yet. It is under process. Then export facilitation, that has been done. And single window facilitation will be completed once the CITES system becomes online. Next. Now, 2 clusters we have approved. One is in Tripura, another in Assam. So this will address the entire value chain, right from the trees grown by the farmers to the product that is value added and exported to the Gulf countries and EU countries. Cluster models, there is no time to talk about in details, but we made it a system that you go to other states and whichever product is there, wherever the cluster is successfully operating, just go and learn from there, come back and follow that process here. So the team is visiting from 15th of this month to the clusters we have identified. We have collaborated with KVIC also for this visit to this cluster. Next. Then the Agarud Steering Group, ASG, has 6 meetings so far, and each of these interventions is benchmarked against the roadmap that has been approved. So there is no scope of diverting from the what has been roadmap has been approved after a lot of deliberations. Then export quota has been increased 6 times. Certificated origin is digitized. Export promotion cell has also been constituted. One peculiar thing is that Agarud has 2 major products. One is chips, Agarud chips, which is sold in the Gulf countries, and the other one is oil. There is an export promotion council for chips, which is Shefexil Kolkata, and there is also another export promotion council which deals with Agarud oil, which is Camexil. So this dichotomy is also many times create confusion. So this Agarud promotion cell brings them all together in a single platform, and whatever issues comes up, it is discussed and thrashed out in the meeting detail. Next. So this is how we are going about with the high potential product, Agarud, very low volume but high value. So it is going to change the face of this northeastern region, and many of the other states also have come forward to cultivate Agarud. So much it's in demand. Now, second thing, product that we talk about is bamboo. Here also we have gone for a similar product, but in short we have tried to make artisan a part of the value chain. Next. These are the basic details. I'll skip this. Next. 17 clusters we have approved, and these clusters have the innovative mechanism of seeking the public-private partnership. The e-marketing companies like Amazon, Flipkart, All Time Plastics and others, they have also been onboarded through a multiplicity of brainstorming discussions even at the level of Honorable Minister Donor. And these things are thrashed out and program design was finalized. And right from the beginning, there was buy-ins from all concerns so that the implementation progresses smoothly, and implementation has started since January and we are progressing very smoothly on this. Next. So these are the process flow that we have intervened in. Quality partnership. The value chain has a lot of quality issues. Products are there traditionally produced by the artisans of the region, but that is not always what the market wants. So through the intervention of the collaboration with the private partners, we could highlight the designs and prepare prototypes and skill the artisans who can produce those products, and with digital marketing onboarding, traceability and a common SOP, as well as formation of a brand, we want to scale it up. Next. Then this is a new, again, innovation, a producer company we are forming with all the artisans of these 17 clusters across all the states of Northeastern region. So these are the nodes of the value chain. Next. So these are the critical paths that we monitor. Next. So this is the part chart that, basically this is a Gantt chart. Each of the activities that we agreed in the beginning in discussion with the private partners, we monitored this, and today you can see the vertical thin line is today's date. It is updated last Friday. So this way, certain activities, whosoever is lagging, we just focused review is takes place in those activities, and the entire project is kept on time. Next. I think this is the way we bring it all together to go for the kind of livelihood creation on one hand, and a market-led growth as a overall activities, cluster development activities. I think that is the last slide. Thank you so much. Now, I think with this, I invite Dr. Vijay Kumar, who will be talking about some certain other iconic products of the Northeastern region. One is unique selling proposition, one of each states, how these were identified and how Meghalaya has gone ahead with this iconic product, as well as the tourist circuit, iconic tourist circuit. Thank you.
Respected dignitaries, my co-panelists, everybody who's here, a very good afternoon to you all. I will straight start with the presentation. Can somebody put up the presentation? So my presentation is talking about both in the agriculture sector and in the tourism sector. As you all know, I think many of you who are new to the Northeast, who have come to the Northeast for the very first time, you would have seen, I think, the greatest strengths of the Northeast are tourism and high value agriculture. So over the last 4 years, and particularly in the last 2 years with the support of the donor ministry, in all the Northeastern states, of course, I'm going to go into the story of Meghalaya, we have been able to put a lot of emphasis on how we can do both high-value agriculture, developing the value chain, and high-value tourism in a systematic manner. So how do we organize it? How do we do it systematically so that it leads to higher incomes for people, so that we can realize Honorable Prime Minister's vision of doubling farmers' income. So my presentation basically covers those. Next slide, please. So the Ashtalakshmi mission of USPs, I think Honorable Donor Minister almost a year ago said that for each state, we will have to identify one USP, one unique selling product, and let us invest a whole lot of money, a whole lot of energy, a whole lot of resources, our strategic thinking, detailed operations. Let's do everything so that these products can reach global scale. So with that, each state was asked to identify a product. And more importantly, I must once again thank the donor ministry. Not only did they ask us to identify products and make a plan, but they provided the funding. So this funding was in addition to the funding that was available to us as part of our normative allotment. So different states chose different products based on their strengths. We chose the Lakadong turmeric. Everybody knows, I see many of my agriculture department officers who are here. So everybody knows Lakadong is the star product of Meghalaya. It is the best turmeric in the world. It has 10% curcumin, whereas the average turmeric has about 2% curcumin. So we chose Lakadong turmeric, Assam chose Muga silk, the list is there. Different states chose different USPs as part of this mission. Next. So if we look at why did we choose this Lakadong and what is the potential? This is the main story, and I think this is in some sense the main slide, is that basically in each of our products, I think, and this is relevant, I know many of officers are from outside the Northeastern region. I keep thinking of mangoes. This is mango season. Even mango has the same value chain. I think every product that we grow in this country, especially the high value ones, have a huge potential that can be realized. But we are not able to realize that potential. For example, if you take turmeric, so the fresh turmeric sells for about 40 rupees per kilo. In fact, before the state government started the Lakadong mission, farmers were selling this for 25 rupees. So because of the state government's efforts, now fresh turmeric is being sold at 40 rupees. But if you slice it and dry it and sell it as dried slices, because you're increasing the value and the shelf life of it, it becomes higher. The value addition becomes, a farmer will earn from 40,000 rupees to 44,000 rupees. There is a slight increment. If you further make it into powder, the value increases by 66%. Because our farmers have been selling rhizomes. This is a GI tagged product. In a GI tagged product, you cannot sell the fresh product. So you can only sell the processed product with the GI tag, but unfortunately, because the sector is not organized, so if you jump to the powder stage, you realize a value of 66%. And the most important thing is if you do curcumin. So today, with the whole world becoming health conscious, and especially both in India and in abroad, with people being very, very health conscious, and turmeric, as we all know, naturally has this anti-carcinogenic and all kinds of revitalizing properties. So today the fad in the West is for people to take these curcumin tablets. So if you make curcumin tablets, if you make biocurcumin, because there are biocurcumin factories already in South, in Bangalore, in Hyderabad, there are biocurcumin factories, but there is none in northern or eastern India. So we want to make this biocurcumin tablet so that the value increase becomes almost 300%. So which means effectively, even if a part of this income can be passed on to the farmer, so the income will not double, it will become 4 times. So that is the potential that is there. So I think that's the reason why these USPs matter, which is that if we do whatever we want to do systematically, then there is a potential to increase farmers' income even beyond 2 times. Next. So this is, of course, that is the theory and the plan. This is an existing unit in a place called Laskin. Laskin is the turmeric hub of Meghalaya, the place where in the West Jaintia Hills, where majority of the turmeric is grown, the Lakadong turmeric. So in a place called Laskin, we set up a small, this is not small, when we set it up, it was small. We invested about 2.5 crores in this. So we set up a unit, we did it incrementally. So now in this unit, we are processing about 200 metric ton of turmeric, and we started producing sample biocurcumin tablets. So based on these lessons, these are all solar dryers that you see there, because previously people used to, the farmers used to, the women farmers, they would slice the turmeric with their own hand. So many times they cut their hands and it is time consuming, it's tedious. Then drying, it's only sun drying. So you dry in the sun, and with this weather, we literally get 2 months to dry. So with solar dryers, with washers, with slicers, we have been able to automate the process, and based on those learnings, now we are planning to set up, as part of the USP project of donor, now we are planning to set up a large processing unit with an investment of about 40 crores, so that the entire turmeric that is grown in the state can be taken and it can be processed in one place. So I think that is the vision we have, and we are moving towards implementing this project. Next. So for, just go to the next one. I'll come back to this next. Yeah. So this is another story. This is ginger. So ginger, this is a large unit which we already set up. We set up this unit in a place called Bhoirimbong. In fact, if this was an agriculture meeting, I would have told everyone, please go on an exposure visit here, because this unit was inaugurated by the Union Finance Minister just last month. So this is a 30 crore investment made by the state and IFAT together. So the entire ginger that grows in that part of the state, in Bhoirimbong, which is the ginger hub of the state, will now be processed here. So the entire exploitation by middlemen, farmers being subject to vagaries of the, the market, all that we want to control. So in this unit, we'll be processing some 10,000 metric tons, 7,000 metric tons of ginger. Next. This is constructed. So ginger also has the same value chain. So the fresh ginger sells for about 60 rupees. But if you just wash it properly, package it properly, if you sort the ginger into grade A, so grade A ginger, if it is sorted, if it is washed, it sells for immediately 80 rupees. If we are able to export, we started this season exporting our ginger to Singapore. So the export market pays 110 rupees. When you slice it, again, grade B also, fresh, you can sell it for 65. And dried slices, the potential is almost 400%. So like this, in every crop that is grown in Meghalaya, in the northeastern region, there is a huge potential to kind of climb up the value chain. This is the story. Next. And all these units are owned by our cooperatives. They are owned by our FPCs, basically. This is cashew. So this is a unit in Garo Hills. So again, the same story. The cashew, which used to be sold by the farmers at 40 rupees. These are all done. These are all, these cashew are available on Amazon, everywhere in the market. So the cashew, which used to be sold by 40 to 60 rupees by the farmers, now the raw cashew farmers are selling to the unit at 150 rupees, and we are doing value addition. We are doing all kinds of flavored cashews, chocolate cashew, and we are selling it at close to 1,000 rupees per kilo in retail. So this is the value capture that is possible. And of course, we made an investment of about 16 crores in this unit. Next. This is pineapple. I think this is the story I've been saying for quite some time now. So pineapple, again, the same story. We have the sweetest pineapples. Of course, pineapple is also the USP product of Tripura. We just concluded a pineapple festival in Delhi, which was a huge success. We took about 25 metric tons of pineapple to Delhi, and we sold all of them. So pineapple, again, when you do fresh pineapple, so it's just about 20 rupees per kilo if you're selling fresh pineapple. When you're climbing up to Shillong, when you're driving up, you would have seen on the roadside, pineapples are sold. Those are about 20 rupees per kilo. Barbecue Nation does this churrasco pineapple. It's a Brazilian dish. So we tied up with Barbecue Nation. They are taking these churrasco cooked pineapples from us. There the price increases by 80%. Then we are doing these frozen cubes. They are called IQF, frozen cubes, which is being exported to Switzerland. This is all happening. It's not a plan. It's already that unit which is there, which is again on the roadside in a place called Umdihar. So it is run by a cooperative society. Again, we invested about some 16 crores there. So there they are producing frozen pineapples, which goes, of course, it's not going under the Meghalaya brand. We are working towards that. It is going, there is one of our partners is from Karnataka. That guy takes it to Bangalore, and then from there it goes. And finally, we are setting up a freeze-dried unit. Freeze-dried pineapple, I think anybody who has gone to Bangkok, the first thing you see in the airport is basically all these frozen fruits, freeze-dried fruits. And why can't we make those in India? Very few people are making that in India. And I'm very proud to say that we are making them in the Garo Hills. We have set up a unit. It will be inaugurated in a couple of months. So that is, again, the potential of a pineapple value chain. Can you now go back 3 slides? Back, yeah. So how do you do this? So is there a theory, or is it just, we have just done it, but is there something for others to learn? So how can such a thing be possible? I feel there are 5 ingredients for something like this to happen, and these all 5 were there in Meghalaya, so we were able to do it. The first is public investments. I think for a very long time, in fact, I've had so many debates with Government of India officials, with the ADBs, with the World Banks. They say that government should not make this investment, private sector should make this investment. No private sector is going to make investments in risky businesses. With this kind of rain, with El Nino and all, who knows tomorrow what the pineapple crop will be or a turmeric crop will be. There is a lot of risk in agriculture. And if we expect the private sector to do this, I think we are not going to achieve what is possible. So I think in Meghalaya, we have taken a very conscious stand that public investment will go into this. A lot of this money is from state resources, is from externally aided projects, and we have decided to make those investments. Second is institutions. So another, I think, a traditional way of doing such things is to build a fruit processing unit in a government system. That obviously never works. The best way is to anchor these in cooperatives, in FPCs. In Meghalaya, we today have about 500 strong cooperatives. So some of these best cooperatives, we have selected them, we are hand-holding them, and they are the backbone of all this movement that's happening. Third is private engagement. While I said private capital will not come, we cannot do away or we cannot do anything without the private sector. Because the private sector knows where the market is, the private sector knows the technology, the private sector knows how to sell these products. So each of our unit, we tie it up with a private sector partner. But we don't ask the private sector partner upfront to invest money. We ask the private sector partner, you come with your technology, you come with your market expertise, we will share the profits when it happens. So there are arrangements between the cooperative society and the private sector, and because of the very strong private sector participation we are able to do these things. Next. Of course, branding and storytelling, again, no great product can sell without storytelling, without branding. And I think we have been, again, very successful in being able to brand, whether it is our pineapples, whether it's our turmeric. We have a very beautiful store in Delhi. Everywhere, I think Meghalaya is today recognized for the level of packaging, the level of events we do, and all that we do. And last, I think this is again to my banker friends, I don't know if bankers are here, is working capital. In many places, many of the units that we set up, they fail because there is no working capital. Banks don't give working capital to farmers because, again, it is risky. So in our case, we set up a state-owned company whose only job is to give working capital loans to farmers. We have given 100 crores of working capital loans to all these enterprises. So the cooperative takes the money upfront. It buys the produce upfront from the farmers because the middleman is giving money at the time when the farmer needs. If we can't do that, there is no way we can break this cycle of middlemen. So I think this is the 5th key ingredient which we did, and all these obviously anchored in a strong government institution. In Meghalaya, we have the Agriculture Marketing Board, and we have a Meghalaya Basin Management Agency where we are doing all these interventions. Next. I think I'll jump to tourism and finish it off quickly. Okay, I'll do tourism quickly. So tourism is a global destination. So again, we all of us, love to travel. But the question is, in India, many of the destinations, this is not, again, a Meghalaya problem, this is not a Northeast problem, it's a pan-India problem. That is, none of our destinations are well managed. None of our destinations has a plan. So our tourism is randomly growing. So again, I think I should thank the Honorable Donor Minister, sir, and the Donor Ministry for coming up and saying that you build a global destination. They gave a challenge to all the states, and I'm very happy that Meghalaya is the only state which won this challenge, and we got 233 crores of additional money for developing Sohra as the global destination. So why we need, what we need, not why, that's what we need in a global destination is anchor attractions. We already have beautiful waterfalls and all, but what beyond that? Second is consistent standards. And then the third one is ease of access and quality of infrastructure. And the last one is adequate and affordable quality. Of course, there are many ingredients, but I highlighted a few of them. So our goal with Sora, the way we planned, is that today a tourist goes, Sora is mostly a day destination, at most one night. So we want tourists to stay 3 to 4 days in Sora. And we calculated if a tourist stays 3 to 4 days in Sora, the spend will be almost more than 3 lakhs for a family of 4. So again, that's the kind of potential, that's the kind of money that people can make. Next. These are the attractions. Next. Of course, this is both the Honorable HM and the Honorable Donor Minister visited the place and blessed this project. Next. So this is on accommodation what we are doing. We have a very interesting homestay scheme where we give 70% subsidy and a lot of people are building these homestays. Next. So this is the unmissable attraction. So this is what everybody keeps telling, and recently Secretary Tourism was also saying every place should have one unmissable attraction. So this is India's longest cantilever skywalk. We are building this in Cherrapunji, on the route to Cherrapunji. Of course, it will take another year and a half to build. So these are the kind of things that are happening. Next. This is a cave museum. We have a lot of caves, but we know people can't access the caves. So we are building a cave experience center that is already under construction. This is a cultural center. Next. And of course, a lot of focus on capacity building. Next. So last is I want to end with New Shillong. New Shillong also we are developing as a iconic global tourism destination. Again, we are building those monolithic towers. These are 123 meter long. This will be the second highest public monument in India. And we already started the construction of those. So the idea is to make New Shillong also into a full tourist global destination. So I think with this, I'm short of time, I'll conclude. But I feel these lessons, I think the 5 lessons that I said, which is involving the community and the public-private partnerships, these are lessons which are relevant to most of the country. And I'm sure, this is an exciting journey for us. And I hope, I think some of you would be able to pick up some of these and do in your respective places. Thank you so much.
May I now request Mr. S.K. Bhalla, Secretary, Northeastern Council, to tell us very briefly about the high-level task force mechanism. How does it lead to collaborative federalism? Yeah, you have to be little generous in being brief.
Okay, he says brief, so I'll try to restrict myself below 10 minutes. Okay, so let me start with just saying so, 8 high-level task forces, 8 states, and there is one vision. And with this, I'll just focus on some of the best practices which this whole process can be used by all of us in subsequent such exercises. So Northeast has been studied, planned, and funded for decades. The transformation has been slow, although it has picked up very significantly in the last 12 years. What is the reason? We have to look at the siloed approach of our planning exercise. Centers plan, states get funds, states normally don't, you can say, consulted that much. Experts are there, experts give, and the political buy-in may not be there. So there are many issues, money flows without shared ownership. So these are some of the things which I have been tried to be addressed by these high-level task forces. So this whole started with one meeting every year. One plenary meeting takes place of the council, which is chaired by Honorable Home Minister. And you can see here, Honorable Union Minister Donor is the Vice Chairman. All 8 governors and all chief ministers are present in that meeting. And the breakthrough consensus was the constitution of 8 high-level task forces with one agenda each. And what was that? Sports, agriculture and horticulture, infrastructure and connectivity, self-reliance, milk, egg, fish, meat, handloom and handicraft, investment promotion, Northeast Economic Corridor, and tourism. So these 8 put together are enough to set the foundation for becoming Northeastern region as an integral, well-developed component of the Viksit Bharat. So how it happened? So there were 4 tiers. At the top, there is Union Home Minister and the whole council giving mandate that yes, it is to be done. Leadership, each high-level task force headed by one chief minister to take care of all other 7 states with 3 other chief ministers represented in that high-level task force. So third level is the technical, the expert agencies, line ministries of Government of India and Ministry of Donor. This is the third level. The fourth level is very, very crucial, the ground level. The farmers consulted, the weavers consulted, the athletes consulted for recommendations. All of these 4 levels put together are the best practices which we all can follow. The next one, the practice number 2. The leaders act as change and agents, not just approvers, which is a traditional form of approvals. So old model, the bureaucrats recommend, ministers approve, and nothing may not happen. But this high-level task force, chief ministers convene, ministers co-chair, and bureaucrats just implement. That is the whole reversal of this process. So for example, the sports high-level task force, the athletes, the sports federations came forward and shared what actually is required for them if we expect them to send 50 of our sports person in the coming Olympics. And this is how the bottom-up approach started. Similarly, agriculture high-level task force, handloom. Next best practice, the cooperative federalism fails when it means center decides and the states comply. So when centers and states co-design, co-own, and look forward to co-celebrate the outcomes, this is the real cooperative federalism, which we could see in the last 1 year from the last plenary till this plenary, where the high-level task force reports, all 8 reports were accepted. So cross-state task forces, shared regional targets, joint learnings, each chief minister and his team of ministers learning from other states. And lastly, the collective voice. You can imagine when 4 chief ministers request the minister of a line ministry, the kind of receptivity and willingness to learn and support would be much, much better than when a single state chief minister requests a particular minister of a line ministry in the Government of India. The next best practice. So you can see here, it is not just 4 chief ministers and the minister donor looking forward or steering the high-level task force recommendations. The ministries of Government of India also roped in during the consultation process so that a holistic plan gets developed towards the Viksit Bharat goal of 2047. The next best practice, experts as doers, the shared goal as North Star. For example, you can see here Indian Council of Agriculture Research, NDDB, then National Institute of Design and Niti Aayog all put together, sharing their rich wisdom, hand-holding these high-level task forces to jot down their final recommendations. So how decisions were made? I have already briefed you a little bit. So political dialogue at the top level. Technical validation of the visionary things set forward by the political dialogues. So the third level, ground truthing. That means, for example, the Agri Task Force, the Self-Reliance Task Force came out with a 13,000 crore rupees plan for making northeastern states as self-reliance in protein through milk, egg, meat, and so this 13,000 crore plan has come from the ground truthing. So it is all probability going to deliver results in times to come. So let me just conclude by giving you a snapshot of what this high-level task force is expected to do. So just imagine a young woman in northeastern region, her products GI tagged, getting world recognition. Infrastructure HLTF, the road connects her village to the nearest town. Investment HLTF, the fruit processing unit comes to her district. The sports, her son can look forward to a path towards Olympics. The tourism high-level task force, the visitors pay to experience her rich cultural heritage. And the organic produce, earns up to 3 times price, which today she is able to get. Economic corridor, the Myanmar market opens to her product from Northeast region. And self-reliance, her children are no longer malnourished because they will get good quality protein content produced within the region. So finally, 3 lessons that outlast any task force. We can replicate this model. So ownership before process. And the trust is the fastest infrastructure. And lastly, make the goal bigger than any single factor, single actor. That is, for example, the Viksit Bharat goal 2047 is not just the dream of our Prime Minister. It is a shared vision of all of us. That is why we all proudly say we want to be Viksit by 2047, the 100th year of our independence. Next, please. And let us conclude. So I conclude with these thoughts. The Ministry of Donors' job is not to plan for the Northeast, but the job is to create conditions in which the Northeast plans for itself and delivers. So HLTF model, which I have just discussed briefly with all of you, is not just a process, it is a culture, and the Northeast is not a region waiting for development. This kind of model of high-level task force has already provided a framework which is definitely like to deliver and make Northeastern region and Viksit component of our Viksit Bharat. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
There is a saying that if you want to go fastest, go alone. And if you want to go farthest, go together. So thank you, Mr. Bhalla, for nicely explaining in a very shortest possible time, quite a challenging one, how, say, the Chief Minister of one state is not concerned about his states alone, but he is also concerned about other states of the region. So that is the true way. We tried many years together, but could finally be achieved in the high-level task force deliberations. We had been observing very curiously that all the chief ministers were having a sense of belongingness to all the states and the region as a whole. I think that is the way to progress together and going farthest. Now, that going farthest requires an ecosystem of peace and tranquility, and technology is the best vehicle to convey the peace and tranquility message. Next speaker is Mr. Aditya Goenkaji, who will be discussing about how technology is used to smart policing and citizen-friendly policing. Over to you, Mr. Goenka.
Thank you, sir. A very good afternoon to all the senior officers, the dignitaries on the dais, and my dear colleagues and delegates from all over the country. I want to, the next slide, please. I want to start this story. This story for me starts in 2010. I was Assistant Superintendent of Police in West Khasi Hills in Mokurbat. And one day, a personnel came to me after traveling for 10 hours from Borsora. And I met him and he said, "Sir, I need to go on leave because someone in my family has passed away." And I was appalled by that because I was wondering, why should someone have to travel for 10 hours to take permission to go? But at the same time, I admired his commitment. Being a member of a disciplined force, he'd done his duty, he'd asked for permission, and then gone. And I felt that was really important that the police force, adapt and change and support such good and disciplined behavior. The other thing that happened was that when we would travel to the border areas, we would meet, Meghalaya police has a strength of about 15,000 plus personnel, and everyone is talented in a different way. So for us, for me, it was that some people were very good at investigation, but they were patrolling. The other people who could have been great interrogators were doing something else. And I just read a book by Okio Morita called Made in Japan, where he said that human beings are not like bricks, but like stones, and that different people have different talents. And if we can place people according to the jobs, then we can make a really strong, wall. I was very fortunate that my DGP at that time allowed me to make a presentation in the SPCO's conference. And this is a slide shot from that where we try to build a stone wall for the Meghalaya police. The question then is that why now? We can see that, there is the whole Digital India initiative that has come across. And there's been introduction of a lot of public digital infrastructure. We also want to thank the Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances that through the state collaborative initiative, which aims to improve the public administration and citizen-centric service delivery, we've got this opportunity and the support to make our ideas into implementable programs and this evolution into an integrated digital architecture. The other thing was the introduction of the new criminal laws, which have really introduced a completely new architecture of investigation and has changed a lot of the ways in which we now work and need to work. We need to respond very differently to the sort of policing challenges that we see. And very importantly, the vision of Viksit Bharat, which was enunciated by Honorable Prime Minister, which has really motivated all of us. It's very important to also mention that the state of Meghalaya, under the dynamic leadership of our Chief Minister, has really provided the sort of atmosphere in which a lot of our ideas can come into fruition. I really quickly want to talk about the digital transformation. And our firm belief that technology cannot be the starting point. It has to be a problem. It has to be a human problem. And we realized that, we did make some local systems. We did have one unit which started digitizing this in a Microsoft Access database. But that program was not successful because it was not scalable. It was dependent on the person who took the initiative. And as that person got transferred, or they were scared that if the computer got spoiled, that initiative would have come to a stop. The other thing about technology is changing behavior. Now, we realize that now in police, we document everything. Every personnel's entire life, official records is postings, transfers, rewards, etc., are written in the service book. And this needs to be a daily thing. So if we needed to transform that, we had to ensure that our people got used to the digital system and they had to move away from the paper-based system. So we ensured that every entry was digitally entered so that the people got used to that, to the system. And it really helped us move forward. And that philosophy that people come first has guided every feature within the personal information management system. I quickly want to talk about the platform architecture. This is, we always believed in security first, ease of use, so that users could have a unified platform on which they could access their services. It was user-friendly, and there was a mobile application as well as a desktop application. Now, the core capabilities of this system is that it digitizes the entire work life cycle of a police officer. Administrative processes become transparent, faster, and evidence-based. And I'll give you a very important example, things like performance appraisal reviews. Now, we have that for officers, but we can't have that for 10,000, 15,000 constabulary. But with the advent of this, we are now trying to introduce a performance appraisal system for every personnel within Meghalaya Police, and that has, it allows us to interact with our personnel in a much, much closer manner. There was a pilot project, and we did data entry, and we started with leaves so that, there was a lot of onboarding, and people started using that. Our application in a much, much faster way. Now, the implementation, we have successfully onboarded 15,908 people, and it has been systematically deployed across 32 units in the state, and we have ensured that the data quality has been extremely high. And we've mapped very, very complex hierarchical relationships. Now, we have support from the highest levels, and we're very lucky to have seen that the portal was officially launched on the 29th of September 2025 by the Honorable Chief Minister of Meghalaya, and later in the SPCO's conference, he launched the mobile application as well. Now, the benefits were that, we could seamlessly, anyone could see their service records, they could access services like leaves, if they have any applications for promotions, and because it's a transparent system, if someone wants to be transferred, you can give options, and all of that can be accommodated within the system. More than the personnel, it has been a great boon to Meghalaya Police, because PIMS is not just an isolated app, it's an integral part of the digital governance ecosystem. Now, personnel information is also linked to MEGPOL. MEGPOL is the Meghalaya Police's application on, in response to the new criminal laws, where we are trying to, measure all aspects of our investigation. We are trying to see what are the timelines, how long does it take, what are the, investigative metrics, etc. And all of that is now measurable through MEGPOL. Now, with its integration into PIMS, we can send alerts, and these are not personal-based alerts, but office-based alerts. For example, if a case is registered, then a SMS goes to the officer in charge, to the DYSP, SP, etc., etc. And with this, we can also, right size. We can focus on the areas that we really need to pay attention to, and we can sort of make our work more, efficient. I would like to quickly go towards advanced forensic analytics, where there was this incident where, so Meghalaya is a transition state, a transit state for drugs, and we were facing challenges when we started interrogating people from different states. And as we made the app, we had a feature of different languages known, and we could immediately identify somebody who was conversant in those various dialects, and that really helped our investigation. Going in the next phase, we want to promote the responsible use of AI, where we are thinking that predictive analytics can improve deployment, workforce planning, and administrative efficiency. For example, in law and order situations, or situations where we have to respond to natural disasters. Now, this is the most important thing, that our entire initiative was made locally. The PMS portal is built from the ground up in-house by using only local talent and the intellectual capital within Meghalaya. So the support that we got from the department, we used to hire local talent, and they have, and therefore our system was built keeping our needs in mind. And we really could do a lot because of that. I just want to end by saying that 15 years ago, this began as an idea captured in a simple presentation. But today, it's a functioning digital governance platform serving Meghalaya Police. And we hope that the lessons from this journey can contribute to digital governance initiatives across the country. Thank you so much.
As all of you would agree that the concept of policing has undergone a change, especially in the context of the new BNSS acts that are in place, which our Honorable Home Minister also emphasized in last 73rd plenary at Agartala, that you have to relook at the policing. So I think this is... Okay. So thank you, Mr. Goenka, for making a very nice presentation, giving the entire picture. Now, I'd like to pick up one or two questions from the audience on any of these topics. difficult thing. Okay. Yeah, I appreciate the difficulty because after such a sumptuous lunch, asking questions, keeping awake is a big challenge. Yeah, so but I was, if there is no question, I was myself very curious about asking Dr. Vijay, as we talked about the various products, USP products, and we also could not go deep into the detail, but I think a very good case study is in the making in Meghalaya. Now, how we can wed them together, how we can devise tourism circuits based upon the USP products. In other words, the craft tourism, the fragrance tourism, bamboo tourism, tea tourism, all those concepts. I think how is Meghalaya government thinking about it, and how would you recommend we should progress on that matter?
So it is obviously easy to combine tourism and agriculture. We all know, global examples, whether, you take European countries and all, people are going to, wine tourism. I mean, even in our own India, our own Nasik and other places, we are doing these things. Of course, I mean, there are many, many examples around the world. But I think what we are doing in Meghalaya in a small way, Meghalaya, we started with strawberry. I think that's the one that is the easiest. So strawberry season in Meghalaya starts from, previously we used to have one village which was grown, two villages mostly, in which were also accessible, so people would come and do some strawberry picking. But now we are doing strawberry in about 50 villages, and we started a strawberry festival. So at the strawberry picking time, which is mostly in March and April, we do an annual strawberry festival. Again, it will take all these events, basically events that we do usually take 3 to 4 years to reach a sustainable phase. So our strawberry festival is almost two seasons we have done. So that is something where we are seeing some results. During the strawberry season, there are cottages also, guest houses also. There's already many beautiful villages where tourists go. Similarly, I think one entrepreneur of ours came up with the idea that why we cannot do a little kiosk in Cherrapunji. You're all going to Cherrapunji tomorrow, where we can just package fresh turmeric and give it to the tourists. I mean, sell it to the tourists. So like this, smaller intervention, of course, in Meghalaya, whether it is pineapple tourism, whether it is turmeric, tourism, pepper. For example, when we go to Kerala, I still remember the first time I visited Kerala, you go on a spice garden tour. So I think these are very much possible in our place. It is just that I think we'll have to, Meghalaya, another example is also the silk tourism. Already Umden, which produces non-violent silk in Riboy district, people already go there, they sit with the weavers, they understand their techniques, their experience. So what we did is that we are trying to create some experience centers over there, so that it's not just, I mean, it's a more organized interaction. So summary is, it is very much possible. It's just that, as I said in my presentation, I think the biggest challenge is because in Meghalaya, a lot of land is community owned, tourist sites are community owned. So a lot of engagement with the community and connecting the dots is what is needed. And we are doing few of those things, but obviously a lot more needs to be done.
Yeah, that brings the discussion to a very interesting topic. In Meghalaya, you see, and in many of the northeastern states, land is under community ownership. So for implementing any project, it becomes quite a challenging task to arrange for the land. So I'll come back to Dr. Vijay, asking him about how, I mean, are you tackling this matter? Meanwhile, Mr. Bhalla, you talked about the HLTF and all. And also the USP also you are implementing. I think it is being implemented through NEC. Now, what mechanism have you put in place to dynamically monitor that the interventions under USP of, because each state has a different USP. It is not the same USP for all the states. For example, in case of Arunachal Pradesh, it is kiwi. For Meghalaya, it is, as Dr. Vijay said, it is Lakadong turmeric USP. There are other products as well, but we have picked up from donor one product for each state. For Nagaland, it is, we thought it is chili, but it is not chili. What was picked up is the coffee. And in case of Mizoram, it was picked up Mizo ginger. In Tripura, it is queen pineapple. And in Sikkim, it is organic products, all of you know. And one strange thing that in case of Manipur, it is polo, sports polo. So under this varied kind of products, I mean, how NEC has put in place a system of mechanism and a dashboard for monitoring each of these unique selling proposition products. Dr. Bhalla.
Thank you, Anshumanji. In fact, because USP was not the topic of best practices which were shared by me, but since you have given this opportunity, so let me share, because that is also one of the new, you can say, best practice which may be of concern to all of you. The first thing is, as my colleague has pointed out, all 8 USPs are different. Maybe fruit, but a different fruit. So the value chain, the plants which are required, the consumption and the production definitely would vary from state to state. But the best practices of implementation and monitoring are equally applicable to every project, irrespective of the nature of project. So this is the first step. So what we did was, for each project has been divided into activities, sub-activities, and each sub-activity and sub-activity has been given a timeline. So once we did this exercise internally with the help of experts, we carried out a consultation with every state, whether you agree with it or you want some improvement in it. So once it was done, we have established a project management unit for the first time in NEC. Initially, it was sector-driven. If it's an agri project, agri sector will take care. If it's a tourism project, tourism will take care of. As I have told you, project management is project agnostic. So that is why we have set up a project management unit. So the starting point was a pre-investment visit to each state. That is, for the last 10 years, it was not being followed. Earlier, it used to be part of our guidelines, integral part. So this is for the first time, before sanctioning, that means before releasing even 1 rupee to the state government, a pre-investment visit to see the ground realities has been carried out in each state. Second thing is how we are going to keep track of so many activities. For example, one project is having more than 250 activities and sub-activities. Other projects also have equally the same number. So we have come up with a dashboard where each activity monitoring is possible. The states would be capable of updating the data. We, as from our PMU, would be in a position to validate data on the basis of ground truthing. So this is in brief about the mechanism which we have put in place, and we hope that this mechanism would work, and maybe in next year, a conference like this, we may get a chance to present how that best practices has actually delivered.
Thank you, Mr. Bhalla. I think that's quite a challenging task, and I admit that things are still evolving. We are also learning in the process, and this is through this forum like this, we exchange our ideas, experience, and learn from each other. But before I go to the concluding thing, I request Mr. Goenka to tell us as to what kind of challenges you may be facing. A lot of challenges at the district level also, because you introduce a new thing and you find that the subordinate officers are not quite in tune with those. So what kind of challenges did you face? What are the mechanisms that you adopted for overcoming those challenges?
Thank you, sir. That's very true, sir, that as soon as we went towards introducing digital initiatives, there was a lot of resistance, be it MECPOL. In fact, I'm very happy to say that we managed to update some 56,000 case records in our CCTNS, so that now we have absolutely current level data. And for this, sir, there was a lot of hand-holding. First, we set targets, and then we had to do a lot of follow-up. It took months of follow-up. We had special teams made in CID who would call every day, not only the district heads, be it the SPs, but even the officer in charges and other relevant officers, to ensure that all of these data was entered not only properly, but also fast and accurately. We also had to constantly update our software, because once in a while someone would catch a technical difficulty and we had to update our software, change things. A lot of our processes were wrong sometimes. So there was a lot of iterative process between the field and our tech team. But because we had local talent, we had the engineers sitting with us, along with domain experts, I think a lot of that became frictionless, and we could achieve a lot because of that.
Yeah, it's quite, quite usual to expect in any project, new kind of project. Now, coming back to Dr. Vijay, would you like to comment on the land challenges, or
We have another 15 minutes before the VVIPs come, but I think I'll comment on the land, and then maybe we can close the session. But the question is, everybody has to be seated. That's what I've been told, because they've arrived and they're having lunch. So coming to your question, sir, thank you. So in fact, I wanted to say that in the presentation also. Very interesting thing in the Northeast, at least for us, all of us working and many of us working in the Northeast, we know that land belongs to the communities. So all the projects that we do, both in tourism and agri, we have a model called community public-private partnership model. So the usual model is public-private partnership, which means what? The private sector is bringing the money, government has the land, and then the project happens. But in this case, government doesn't have the land, and private sector is not willing to come. So therefore, we created this public-private partnership model where in all our tourism properties and all, the community gives the land on lease to the government. The government constructs it with whatever various scheme resources or other resources, and then we bring a private sector player to run it, and the lease rentals are shared with the community. So in a way, the community benefits in perpetuity. I think that is the way for these two important sectors. That's the model we have put in place to engage with the community and solve the issue of land. Thank you so much.
So it has been a very quite an enriching and enlightening discussion here this afternoon in session number 3. Even though all of us had good lunch and then gathered together. So before our VVIP arrives and we head for the next session, thank you once again. Thank you all the speakers, Mr. Bhalla, Dr. Vijay Kumar, Dr. Aditya, Mr. Aditya, and all the distinguished audience who have kept awake, listening all through our points and discussions. Although I was expecting some questions to come through, but then the discussion has been quite enlightening. Look forward for such get-together. I thank all, and we conclude the session 3 here. Thank you very much. We'll be staying here for the next session, inaugural session. Over to the...
Thank you to the chairman, sir, and the distinguished members of the panel for such engaging presentations and enlivening this graveyard session, as we would have called it, and a diverse take on the various successful stories and schemes under the donor ministry and under the ambit of the Northeastern Council's presence in the region, not to forget the SCI scheme project of the Meghalaya Police Department. Perhaps for many of us here, these presentations may have been truly instilled a sense of belonging, as rightly pointed out by the chair. May I now request Dr. Tushaba Shinde, IRPS, sir, to kindly do the honors and gift mementos as a token of our appreciation to the panelists, followed by a group photograph. Thank you to you all, sir. I request everybody in the audience to kindly remain seated as we will immediately begin the official inaugural program on the arrival of the Honorable Union Minister of State and the other dignitaries.
kedai ka jiking jri jongi kinang war sini bagi perenkam ke bang yat bang jeng belum piwak kirat pilho te lengbai nei sembak barit kami kini ki deng jri bani saya ke deng jri lengbai ni thit barit kanne sebo agi set hadin sapo san fosnam ni saya ya kita ki jiking jri
भारत, जिसकी विरासत अनंत है और जिसकी उड़ान असीमित, एक ऐसा राष्ट्र जिसने तकनीक को केवल सुविधा नहीं बल्कि सशक्तिकरण का माध्यम बनाया और दुनिया को दिखाया कि तकनीक कैसे करोड़ों लोगों के जीवन में बदलाव ला सकती है। आज भारत आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस को जनहित का उपकरण बनाकर सुशासन की नई
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise to welcome the dignitaries. Let us welcome them with a resounding sound of applause. You may be seated, please. A very good afternoon to the distinguished dignitaries on the dais, esteemed guests, delegates from across the country, and dear participants. We are pleased to have reached the other important segment of this day's program, wherein the plenary sessions of the day, beginning with the presentation of the best practices of the host state of Meghalaya, was done, followed by the presentations of the Prime Minister awardees and the presentations from the Ministry of Donor, which was also done, which has engaged the House with the diverse deliberations shared. In the spirit of the proceedings for the event, we have the proud privilege of the presence of the Honorable Union Minister of State, Dr. Jitendra Singh, in the august presence of the Honorable Chief Minister of Meghalaya, Shri Conrad Sangma, gracing the official inaugural program. Let us therefore accord our traditional welcome to the distinguished dignitaries. May I humbly request the Honorable Chief Minister Meghalaya, Shri Conrad Sangma sir, to kindly do the honors on behalf of the Government of Meghalaya and felicitate Dr. Jitendra Singh, the Honorable Union Minister of State, Independent Charge for the Ministry of Science and Technology and Ministry of Earth Sciences, Minister of State for the Prime Minister's Office, Ministry of Personnel and Public Grievances, Department of Atomic Energy, and the Department of Space. These mementos, sir, are sourced from our local artisans. I also have the honor of requesting the Honorable Union Minister of State, Dr. Jitendra Singh, sir, who wishes to reciprocate on behalf of the Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances. I request the respected Chief Secretary, Government of Meghalaya, Dr. Shakil Ahammed, sir, to now felicitate the Secretary, DARPG, Srimati Nivedita Shukla Sharma. I also request Shri Puneet Yadav, sir, the Additional Secretary, DARPG, to extend the felicitation to the respected Chief Secretary, Government of Meghalaya, Dr. Shakil P. Ahammed, sir. I would also like to request the Secretary, Personnel and Administrative Reforms, Government of Meghalaya, Srimati Isawanda Lalu, IAS, to felicitate Shri Puneet Yadav, Additional Secretary, DARPG. Finally, I would like to request Dr. Tushaba Shinde, Director, DARPG, to kindly felicitate the Secretary, Personnel, Government of Meghalaya, Srimati Isawanda Lalu. And to begin the official program, may I now have the honor of inviting the Secretary, DARPG, Srimati Nivedita Shukla Verma, to kindly deliver the welcome address.
Honorable
Union Minister of State for Personnel, Public Grievances and Pensions, Dr. Jitendra Singh ji, Honorable Chief Minister of Meghalaya, Shri Conrad K. Sangma ji, Chief Secretary of Meghalaya, Dr. Shakil P. Ahammed, Additional Secretary DARPG, Shri Puneet Yadav, Secretary Personnel and Administrative Reforms, Meghalaya, Srimati Isa Wanda Lalu, and distinguished delegates. A very good afternoon to you all. It's my privilege and honor to welcome you to the National Conference on NextGen Administrative and E-Governance Reforms, being organized by the Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances, Government of India, in collaboration with the Government of Meghalaya, here in the beautiful city of Shillong. At the outset, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Honorable Minister Sir Dr. Jitendra Singh ji for his continuous guidance in advancing administrative reforms, digital governance, and citizen-centric public service delivery across the country. I also convey my heartfelt thanks to Honorable Chief Minister Sir for graciously hosting this conference and for extending the warm hospitality of Government of Meghalaya and people of Meghalaya to all of us. I compliment Chief Secretary Meghalaya and his entire team for their excellent cooperation in organizing this important national event for us. This conference is being held at a significant time in India's governance journey. Just a few days ago, DARPG organized the 29th National E-Governance Conference in Jaipur, where extensive deliberations focused on AI-enabled, data-driven, and secure digital governance. Today's conference carries that dialogue forward by bringing together policymakers, administrators, and innovators to deliberate on the next generation of administrative reforms that will shape governance for Viksit Bharat 2047. Shillong is an ideal venue for these discussions. 7 years ago, the city hosted the 22nd National Conference on E-Governance, and today we return to the Northeast with a renewed commitment to promoting governance innovations emerging from every region of our country. DARPG has consistently worked to create national platforms where best practices are documented, shared, and replicated. Through initiatives such as the Prime Minister's Awards for Excellence in Public Administration, CP Grams, the State Collaborative Initiative, Special Campaign for Institutional Cleanliness, and e-Office, we have sought to strengthen transparency, efficiency, accountability, and citizen-centric governance across the country. Today, we are leveraging artificial intelligence, multilingual citizen services, predictive analytics, and evidence-based policy making to improve public administration. The theme, Next-Gen Administrative and E-Governance Reforms, therefore, reflects our collective aspiration to build governance systems that are agile, inclusive, technology-enabled, and responsive to the aspirations of the citizens of this country. I am confident that the deliberations here will generate practical recommendations, encourage cross-learning amongst states, and contribute significantly towards strengthening governance architecture for a developed India. Once again, I extend a warm welcome to all our distinguished delegates, speakers, and participants. Your presence enriches this conference and reinforces our shared commitment to excellence in public administration. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam, for your warm words of welcome and your informative address underscoring the significance of this national conference and the tasks of the Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances, which have been the backbone of the innovative initiatives of governance through the various initiatives strengthening public administration across the country.
May I now invite Dr. Shakil P. Ahammed, the Chief Secretary to the Government of Meghalaya, to deliver his address.
Good afternoon, everybody. Respected Union Minister Jitendra Singh ji, respected Chief Minister of Meghalaya, Secretary DARPG, Additional Chief Secretary DARPG, Secretary NEC, and all other esteemed colleagues from various ministries and various states, Secretary personnel who has taken the key role in organizing this. First of all, I wish to thank the DARPG Ministry and the Minister for having given an opportunity for Meghalaya to collaborate and co-host this event in this beautiful city of Shillong. We all know that the Honorable Union Minister has spearheaded advancing the administrative reforms in the country on digital governance, innovation, public grievance redressal, citizen-centric public administration across the country. In the current scenario, in the changing administration, the engines of development are innovation, public service delivery, timely, citizen-centric development, especially in artificial intelligence and ever-changing frontier technologies really coming up in a big way. As India moves towards Viksit Bharat, the governance also need to play a very crucial role in catching up with the pace, with innovation, improvement in service delivery, and responsive and citizen-centric governance. Meghalaya has been doing its role under the visionary leadership of our Chief Minister, with our own limited scenario of 6th schedule, tribal institutions which are active, community engagement, and dispersed settlement across the state, and difficult terrain, which requires special intervention in governance, which are participatory, inclusive, and tailored to local requirement, especially of communities' needs and demands. Our friends, under the able leadership of our Chief Minister and the whole cabinet, we've been really working hard to start a vision for the state through half-yearly cabinet retreats. So every department come together and chalk a plan, not for 1 year, but for 10 to 20 years. What is the vision combined collectively, comprehensively for each department? So water resource doesn't talk of water alone. Forest doesn't talk of forest alone. Agri doesn't talk of cultivation alone. And PHC don't talk of tap alone. So it is the sustainability of water resource, how to improve the water table, how to improve agriculture, how to reduce water consumption. So there is a comprehensive discussion, 2 days, in which Honorable Chief Minister, the entire cabinet, sits through from morning till evening with rapt attention, and they take note and questions the presentation in detail, and the CM himself do the summing up of the session with all the action point department-wise. These are mapped against key performance indicators on outcome-based and time-bound, reviewed every fortnight and monthly by Chief Minister himself through a portal which is linked to long lat and digital pictures. So this has really helped us, and we also work on department-wise reform agenda. We've been placed number 2 in the country for ease of doing business last year, and every plan has a time-bound, outcome-based approach. We did have monthly and quarterly detailed review, which really helped us in following up the schemes and projects, especially infrastructure. Our reform agenda has been to prepare predictable systems, reduce discretions, transparent procedures, accountability mechanism across the system, and technology-enabled governance. This has really helped us in forging ahead with our plan, and more so in integrating human resource management system with Treasury Net, which is undertaken to establish unified employee database and workforce planning vacancy management, and payroll administration and service tracking. This really helped us to plan for coming years how many vacancies would occur. And we also had, under CM's leadership, cleaned up a lot of legacy issues of teachers' appointment, various type of appointment, which I don't want to elaborate here. And it has been a learning curve for most of our offices. And the most important is Meghalaya has been working not in silos, but as a team. And I'm proud to say, as one of the members of the team, we don't work in hierarchical bureaucracy. It's far more egalitarian and horizontal bureaucracy. And the team brings in a lot of synergy where outcome is in multiples. So with these few words, I leave the podium for further debate and discussion. We all know that the administration has been far more focused on Northeast now. And from look east to act east to Ashtalakshmi, things have been closer and far, the closest ever in history of our country, where the visitation, the physical presence of union ministers and officers have been a hallmark of development and administration in Northeast. So with this effort, there has been significant improvement and development in Northeast. Let's work together. Each state has done a lot of good work. Let's learn from each other. And instead of reinventing the wheel, whichever state has done remarkably well, we can learn from each other and improve our systems. With these few words, I wish all the success for this conference and thank Honorable Union Minister and the entire the team from Government of India for having given us an opportunity. Thank you very much. Kublai Shibon, Mithela, Shri Hazar Singh, Jai Bharat, Jai Jagat.
Thank you very much, sir, for that insightful address touching upon the important points centered around innovation, public service delivery, and responsive citizen-centric governance. Your remarks showcase Meghalaya's commitment towards innovation, good governance, collaborative public administration, manifested through teamwork, signifying the vision, mission, and purpose-driven goals and objectives of the state.
In addition to the various crucial departments under his administration, Shri Conrad K. Sangma, the Honorable Chief Minister Meghalaya, is also the Minister in charge of personnel. Under his able leadership, the department has been making various landmark reforms, especially in terms of HR streamlining, etc. His presence today makes the conference complete, and it is my singular honor to invite you, sir, to address the House.
Our Honorable Minister and a very close family friend, rather a very close friend of my late father, our respected Shri Jitendra Singh ji. I take this opportunity to welcome you once again, sir, to our state. And I also would like to welcome all the officials from Government of India, as well as all the other states, our Chief Secretary and other officials who are present out here, and all the participants of this national conference. At the very outset, I would like to once again thank and welcome Dr. Jitendra Singh ji for having selected Shillong to host this particular national conference. As you are all aware, Honorable Minister has worked in various capacities in the past
At one point in time, he was also the donor minister. And I had the opportunity to work very closely with him. And I know his concerns, his passion, and his desire to make a difference in the states and particularly in the Northeast region. I also would like to welcome all of you, though I am told that because of the weather conditions, some of you reached very early in the morning. Some reached at 3 a.m., some reached at 4 a.m. But in spite of that, all of you are here. Though I must say that I can see some eyes closing, and maybe we'll need some coffee to be given to them. But I think it's been quite an experience for all of you, especially for those who have not come to the Northeast before. Friends, today's national conference on a very important aspect of e-governance reforms, overall administrative reforms, I think is something that we all are very, very familiar with. The biggest challenge that comes when we are trying to make a difference and improve things is the entire resistance to change. The entire aspect of getting comfortable with the way things have been going on in the past. And sometimes having a small concern, or even I may use the word fear, to even propose a change, because that change may actually turn out to be not that positive, and nobody wants to take the blame. With this background of trying to change and improve administration, bring in the reforms we would like to, these basic aspects of, if I may say, human nature, and obviously the culture of administration, I think is something that we all must try to overcome. So therefore, I think the first thing we start with, and this is something that I've always shared, especially with my team, is that let us not be adverse to change. We must work towards figuring out how to improve things. That's really what we're trying to do. How to make it simpler, how to make it more efficient, how to make it very easy for the public, and remove the bottlenecks, remove the different hurdles that sometimes are just lying there unnecessarily. I was just traveling with Honorable Minister. We were coming down from the Air Force base. And I was sharing with him that apart from the 4-laning that has been done from Upper Shillong side, very soon we'll be having the 4-laning from the Rilbong Junction, I mean those of you who know it, where the museum, Rhino Museum is, and we'll go through Anjali Point, Laban Junction, all the way to Barik. It's about 1 kilometer. But there is a lot of army land that's there. And so we need to get the NOC. We are very close to getting it. In fact, we have already verbally agreed to it. It just has to be minuted. So Honorable Minister was telling me that in his constituency, he was trying to get one road about 80 kilometers, trying to make it into a 4-lane because the people really needed it. And as per times, things are changing. And so he spoke to the BRO. This is Honorable Minister's story. So when he spoke to the BRO, they told him that this is not permitted. It's just not possible. The rules don't allow for us to make 4 lanes. So Honorable Minister said, "Ye kaise ho sakta hai? Ye kaisa rule hai?" So he ended up speaking to the army chief, asking him, well, what kind of a rule is this? So the army chief said, "Arey sir, ye rule to 100 साल पुराना rule है sir. ये पता नहीं क्यों अब तक है यहाँ पे. अभी इसको बदल देंगे सर. हमें भी, आपको क्या सर 2 लेन, हमें 4 लेन चाहिए सर, पब्लिक को ही नहीं. हमें आर्म फोर्सेस को 4 लेन चाहिए." So it took that particular moment, it took the entire, the MP from the constituency, Honorable Minister, and the army chief to have a discussion to change a 100-year-old or whatever 50, 60-year-old rule that even the army didn't want. And that's how things are in our system. It's just so massive and just so complicated that sometimes there are so many rules which actually we don't even need. So let me get to the point. I think the point is very simple. You must make a start somewhere. And trust me, it is not that difficult. And sometimes changes are not about big changes. It's not about a massive decision or a major rule that is being changed. Sometimes it's just a small system within your office itself of how you cut down procedures within your system itself. And slowly and steadily, you realize that that same system is actually applicable maybe for the entire department or maybe for the entire government. So my first suggestion would be, you must start at your own level, at your own individual self and in your own office structure. And obviously try to improve things. Remember, bringing a massive change requires a lot of inputs, which of course should happen. I'm not saying it shouldn't. But even every small change is something that will add, and share it. And I hope that in this particular conference, we don't just share about big changes that we're trying to do. Even the small changes that we make a difference. I have a program which I truly enjoy. Most people don't enjoy it, but I enjoy it. The program is called CM Connect. And the CM Connect program started with a call center. So you can actually make calls to this number and somebody picks up. There is a system, a backend technology, and then somebody enters into the system the complaint. There is a nodal officer for each department, normally the joint secretary of each department. It is their duty to take up those issues, resolve them, and feed it back into the system. And obviously, I, Chief Secretary, others, we monitor each of the complaints coming in. And we know that if the complaint has been there for 15 days or more, then suddenly the flag comes up. So this is a technology-based CM Connect system we had. But then what we realized, and what I felt, was it's not just enough to have a technology that will help you connect with the people. You need to have a system and a process in which you can make it very easy for people to connect. So I just decided one day, well, the easiest way for me to connect with the people is just go to the people and ask them, what do you want? And just ask them, what is your problem? And have the entire team, all the directors of all the departments, all the deputy commissioners on the stage with me, while there are 2,000-3,000 people asking questions, And like an assembly question and hour session, the officials answer the question there and then. That's why I was saying that some people don't like it, because maybe the officials don't like it too much, being put on the spot. But I enjoy it because I'm like the Speaker of the House, you know. I just ask the questions that I please answer, and I moderate. But this entire system has actually created a sense of kind of connect, which I've been wanting to do with the people, of not just me, but the entire government machinery to the people at large. And the suggestions that come in from these CM Connect programs are actually ideas which help us to reform and bring changes in departments, resolve issues. And the CM Connect program happens anywhere. Just a few days back, I had inaugurated one hostel in one of the schools. And this hostel happened because when I went to that school 4 years back, I entered the hostel and the girls told me, they were in class 5 then, they told me that, sir, there are holes in the floor, rats come in from there, and the water is leaking from up there. And I felt really bad, of course. So I said, well, we're going to make a new hostel for you. So 4 years later, I inaugurated the hostel, so just about 2 weeks, 3 weeks back. And those 3 girls were still there. They were in class 9 or 10, I think now. And, you know, they were very happy to see that what they gave me a feedback converted into an action and led to a change into, you know, not just for them, but for generations to come. My point being that we need to ensure that we create systems of feedback. I think there's a second point which I would like to share with you. Let this feedback be not just from the common man, not just from the citizens, but from your subordinates, people who are actually working on the ground, because they know better what the problem is, because they are connecting with the public on a day-to-day basis. They know what reforms can be made. And the reason I'm focusing so much on public-related reforms is because that's what matters at the end of the day. For us, it is the people first. Whatever we do, I think we will go wrong in our thought process if we don't know what we are here for. And sadly speaking, and this is a matter of fact, I think all of us know it, that we get so engrossed and lost in our reports, in all the different schemes and meeting the target of the scheme, that we even forget what the purpose of the scheme was. And I think it's so important to remind yourself about that. You know, I keep telling people, all these reforms will mean nothing. Technology is only as good as it serves the purpose. If you as an individual are not going to have the heart and mind to actually care about the individuals who are there in front of you, that are you able to help them? Are you able to make a difference in their lives? Are you actually caring for them? And actually, are you smiling while you are working? Or do you have a grumpy face while you're working? I think the reform starts right there. It starts with the small things that you do. And I think if every single official and every single politician, I think, will start feeling that, I think we're looking at a major reform taking place in our system. I'll close by just sharing this small thought which I've always shared. And Dr. Shakil has mentioned to you that, you know, we have something called a cabinet retreat. Again, he was mentioning to you, but just to share, what we do in the cabinet retreat is sometimes departments actually don't know what the other departments are doing. It's as simple as that. So we call every 6 months all the departments, and you get to listen to every single department's plan for the next 6 months, 1 year and 5 years, and maybe some great idea that they want to do. And suddenly maybe the water resource department will realize that, oh, you know, PHA requires water out here. Well, I have a scheme that can actually rejuvenate the, the springs in this area. And, we have the technology to do the entire satellite mapping of the springs, so on and so forth. So the idea is really to allow the system to work as a team and allow each one to understand what the other is doing. And more importantly, allow the government and the officials and the political leaders to work on a more purpose-driven kind of a, setup. I again repeat, we do get bogged down with schemes. It's natural. And we're always waiting for targets to happen. But a small example I'd like to give you, and I asked this to the irrigation department, which is now water resources, is that what is your measure of success when you define your success of your department? And the chief engineer said, sir, it is defined on the basis of the kilometers of canals that we have created. And for me, I feel that answer is wrong, though technically it's right. But from a governance perspective, it is wrong. And the reason it is wrong is because the canal is not the success, but it is the increase in the agriculture production which should define the success of the irrigation department's project, not the kilometer of thing. So therefore, I think that kind of a thought process, somewhere along the line, I feel very strongly, especially in the last 8 years now here, and watching the department's work, whatever little bit I could pick up, I've realized that if even these basic things we can put in place, small changes we can make even at an individual level, even at the level of our own mindset, of just telling ourselves that, look, I'm going to be nice to this next guy who comes in. And for once, I'm not going to shout at my peon or my driver just because he is junior to me and I have the power to shout, And if you just think about how I would like my senior to treat me and treat my juniors the way my seniors would treat me, or I expect my seniors to treat me, I think this is really a basic thing, which again, I don't want to talk about, our e-proposals and the Meghalaya 1 portal and the cabinet retreat and CM Connect in detail, because I'm sure my team has given a detailed presentation. There is a lot of work that we are doing as Meghalaya in terms of reforms, in terms of administrative working that is happening. A lot of things are happening. We are untying a lot of the old knots that have been there. As you know, personal department is sometimes one of the craziest departments, simply because of the kind of legacy issues that have been left behind. You touch one point and the pain goes to the other corner. You try to pull this one out, this side gets tied down. And it's just a complicated knot, pieces of knots, and you're just spending your time untangling one at a time these knots. So it's complicated, but I think persistence is important. We need to continue to work towards it. But as I said, always with a positive mindset, and always with a mindset to desire to do something good. And I think that I want to leave you with that thought. But once again, I thank you all. I do apologize for taking so much of time. But you cannot blame me. For 8 years, I've been handling personal department out here. Let me tell you, it's really a headache. When the personal department files come, I tell my team, just put it on the side for now. Can I look at the finance ones and the planning ones and the others? Because there's a lot of complication. So you guys are doing a lot of difficult work. And I'm sure every state has got its own challenges. I'm nobody to give you a formula that's going to work everywhere. And nor do I expect that there will be a formula that will work everywhere. Every state has got its challenges. But I think it's good to come together once in a while like this, share each other's success and failures, and motivate each other, support each other. And I think that's how we move forward together as a team and, more importantly, as a country. So I wish all of you the very best for the future. I wish all of you the best for your work that you continue to do for your departments and your governments. And I wish this conference and the department and the ministry the very best for the future. Once again, I thank our Honorable Minister for having made this program possible. And as I said, he has got a very, very special corner and a space in his heart for the Northeast. I know that. He knows more regions in the Northeast than I do. So that itself is a proof of his closeness for the Northeast. And so we continue to look towards you for guidance and for support as we strive and work hard to take our people and to take our state, our region, and our country forward. Wishing this program the very best, and may God bless each and every one of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the exhortation on the improvement of public administration through even the simplest change mechanisms by taking up new initiatives and reform redundant administrative systems which are required for greater public interest. This, as you rightly put, sir, would be a move from resistance to readiness. Thank you once again, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is our honor and privilege to have Dr. Jitendra Singh, the Honorable Union Minister of State, Government of India, as a chief guest for today's inaugural session. Dr. Jitendra Singh, the Honorable Union Minister of State, Independent Charge for Science and Technology, Minister of State, Independent Charge for Earth Sciences, Minister of State in the Prime Minister's Office, Minister of State for Personnel, Public Grievances and Pensions, Minister of State for Atomic Energy, and Minister of State for Space, is a distinguished parliamentarian, administrator, and a physician who has been at the forefront of several landmark governance reforms, digital transformation initiatives, and citizen-centric administrative innovations across the Government of India. Under his leadership, the Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances has spearheaded numerous initiatives aimed at improving public service delivery and promoting excellence in governance. I now invite the Honorable Union Minister to kindly deliver the inaugural address.
Sorry for this protracted introduction. I felt like interrupting him, but then it was sounding flattering, so I allowed him to continue. Anyway, thank you very much for your kind introduction. Seated amongst us, our very dynamic Chief Minister, and my very dear friend, Conrad Sangma ji. I am once again back in Shillong. It's great being here, but even more gratifying is to share the platform with you and to be in your company for a while. And as he rightly mentioned, I have been associated with the family for several years, and his revered father was like a fatherly figure to me. In fact, he treated me like a father. And when he suddenly passed away in Delhi, I was among the ones who accompanied him for the last rites up to Garo Hills. So we have a very close bonding, which I very fondly cherish. And I would not sound officially correct if I say that the choice of this venue was also motivated to a great extent by Mr. Conrad Sangma being the Chief Minister of Meghalaya. Our Chief Secretary, Dr. Shakil Ahammed, is again a very proactive officer. My colleague in DARPG, Secretary Nivedita Shukla ji, a very hardworking and a very experienced bureaucrat. And of course, Mrs. Zalu and Mr. Puneet Yadav again from Delhi with me. It's a providential confidence that even when the entire country was about to be shut down with a lockdown in the evening, the last program that I was attending was with Conrad Sangma in Meghalaya. Little did we realize that I got back in the evening and there was an announcement of the lockdown. So in the whole of those 2 months, I cherished the memory of that last program. And as far as this conference is concerned, may I refresh for your memory that we were here, the same venue, same hall, about a few years back. And also because Shillong holds a distinct position, a distinct place in Northeast. It is the original capital of the erstwhile state of Assam. And when we came here last time, at the end of the two-day event, there was something like Shillong Declaration which was released. And I'm sure this time also, the department will contemplate releasing Shillong Declaration 2.0 so that the series continues. Now, before that, why holding these national conferences in different parts of the country? In fact, we started this because I just suggested to the then secretary, I said, can we move out of Vigyan Bhavan? Because most of these events were actually held in Vigyan Bhavan. It's very easy to hold that because everything is in place. You just have to book the hall. And then we started moving out. We have gone to Ladakh as far as in the north. We've gone to Chennai, Hyderabad, northeast. Of course, we went up to Itanagar. I said, we should not be one of those touching Guwahati and saying that I came back from northeast. And many of the officers traveled to Itanagar for the first time. So we've gone to different states holding national conference, but at a different venue. And that has given a different kind of a flavor, also enabled us to strike personal rapport with the officers, the chief secretaries of different states. And that is how this has picked up, and I'm glad that it's become very popular over the years. In fact, many of the officers from different states complained that they wanted to come. The state government didn't relieve them. And in fact, in north, we even went up to Katada. And many of the officers came as much for Mata Vaishno Devi as for the administrative reforms. But anyway, that also, as Conrad ji was mentioning, gives you an opportunity to improve upon yourself and to introspect on what you are, where you stand and what you need to do. Now, Prime Minister Modi has a special place for Northeast, as Mr. Conrad Sangma was mentioning that I have been in Northeast because I was there for 7 years and I traveled every nook and corner. But I am also witness to the fact that Prime Minister traveled to Northeast almost 80 times. And when COVID happened, he had already traveled about 60 times. And I said in a lighter vein, I said if the lockdown didn't happen, he would have hit a century. And once, with tongue in cheek, I said he has traveled more than total number of times put together by all the preceding prime ministers, including the immediate predecessor, who actually happened to be a member of parliament from Assam and Northeast. So with that kind of prioritization being given to the region by the prime minister or the head of the government, obviously, the entire machinery and the entire hierarchy also places it on priority because that's a signal for everybody to follow. And if you recall, even last month in his Mann Ki Baat, he highlighted the living root bridges from Meghalaya. And Chief Secretary is nodding. It means it was acknowledgement of his efforts and the efforts of the government headed by the Chief Secretary and the Chief Minister, and particularly in relation to the tribes, the Khasi tribes, the Jantia tribes. The Chief Minister was mentioning about the various reforms undertaken by Meghalaya. I think one of the opportunities offered by these conferences being held in different places is that we learn from the best practices from each other. And therefore, Meghalaya has also come out with a concept. I was actually also complimenting him when we were driving here, the new Shillong administrative city. So I think this is a good complex. In fact, it was tried by Prime Minister Modi when he was the Chief Minister of Gujarat to have everything in the same premises. And now he is trying to replicate it in the union capital as well. So this concept, accompanied by the digital model of governance that is sought to be created over here, is something which was possibly not visualized a decade or so back. When I came here in the 2014, I think at least 3 or 4 states in Northeast had not even seen the train. Arunachal, Meghalaya, Sikkim. Today you have Arunachal Express. And there was hardly an airport. There was only one airport in Guwahati, and Shillong had a half an airport. It was just half the airport because it was so small. And they said it couldn't be expanded. I said, this is the original capital, still we don't have. It's so gratifying to see that after a decade, we have an airport everywhere. One coming up in Kohima as well now. We already have in Pegong in Sikkim. We already have in Itanagar. So what has changed in Northeast under the Modi regime is actually to be seen, to be believed, and can be appreciated by those who saw what it was. When we came here for the first time, as far as Shillong is concerned, the most popular demand was that you increase the number of commercial helicopter flights from Guwahati to Shillong. And that was the demand put across by the tourists. Today it is the other way around. Even if you have a chopper there, tourists prefer to drive down to Meghalaya, to Shillong from Guwahati, because the journey is so scenic and the experience is so gratifying. And all this has changed over the last 10, 12 years because of the high prioritization given by the government. Now, as far as the administration is concerned, we know over the 10 years, it's been optimum use of technology blended with sensitivity. We have 56 crore new accounts opened up through Jan Dhan Yojana. When we started off, I remember we started from Guwahati. Many people would mock it, and then we realized the benefit of it when lockdown happened and not a single account was left unfed by the regular salaries and other benefits. We have UPI 18 billion transactions happening every year, which is highest in the world. As far as the department headed by the DARPG secretary, we have the CP grievance model, which has now become a global success story. We just had 2 lakh grievances being registered every year from whole of the country in 2014. Now the number has gone up to 225 lakh, from 2 lakh to 25 lakh, because we are responsive, we are prompt. And it's also AI driven, and we have introduced a hybrid model so that at the end of the disposal, a human being talks. And very recently, a chatbot was also introduced in all the 22 languages, and we are trying to expand it to the other languages as well. Then the digital life certificate is another success story, which is again being emulated by other countries. We regularly have delegations from Maldives, from Mauritius, from South Africa, and so on and so forth. And we are among the first in the government to have also introduced the face recognition technology. An elderly citizen can just look into the app of his mobile, and the certificate is generated. He doesn't have to go to see a doctor and get the life certificate, as was happening about 15 years back. And now we are also having Prashasan Gaon ki or. So we are trying to recreate this governance index models down up to the panchayat level. And therefore, now as far as and yes, very recently we also started state collaborative initiatives with the states, developing some practices. We have also tried to create success stories through our experience, which have been lapped up even by the common masses. Like, for example, the Swachhata campaign. You will be surprised to know that we launched in 2021 month-long sustained Swachhata campaign every month, beginning from the 2nd of October, the Gandhi Jayanti, to 31st October, the Sardar Patel Jayanti. So we have had 5 such campaigns, that means 5 months, and we have earned more than 4,000 crore just by disposing of the scrap, including the electronic scrap, and we deposited in the state exchequer. And after that, many housewives came to us, कि साहब हमें तो पता ही नहीं था, बताइए कहाँ बिकता है, बच्चों ने इतने मोबाइल फेंके हुए हैं. And we cleared space as much as about 700 lakh square feet. Corridors were choked with broken furniture. And that has, in fact, as the Chief Minister was mentioning, the mindset, that has changed our behavior also. It was just that if the boss computer stops working, the attendant is so loyal, immediately, faithfully picks it up and replaces the whole set. Whereas it must be just the mouse which has gone out of the keyboard. So we just sold off that and earned. And that has changed our behavioral patterns as well. So now, what the Honorable Chief Minister was telling, and he narrated the example from my constituency, of course, which I shared just about half an hour back. What is happening is that technology is evolving very fast. And this government is also very quick, prompt in adopting the technology. But the mindset is not changing. The mindset is not changing with the equal pace, so that's how we are not able to make the optimal use of all the options and tools available to us. And I agree, there's so many rules existing. You will be glad to know that this government has so far done away with at least 2,000 rules in government of India. Some of them had become irrelevant and obsolete with the passage of time. Some of them were no longer relevant to the contemporary times. Now, why such rules keep persisting? A, because we forget to visit or revisit the rule. We frame a rule and then we don't revisit it again. But the times are moving so dynamically that every 5 years you might have to revise it. You may not require it. B, working in the government setup, the mind prefers to be status quoist. It is safe. The increment will happen in time, transfer will happen in time. Why take an unorthodox decision and sometimes invite problems? And C, sometimes you see and then you also let it go. You will be surprised to know the kind of rules that were there. There was a rule, if the toilet was not cleaned properly in the office in the morning, you could prosecute the attendant, even send him to the prison. That has been done away with. Now the irony is that nobody knew that that rule exists ever. And nobody might have even used it to punish a peon or attendant. But when I was told, because I am also an researcher, I asked myself, this 200-year-old rule framed by the Britishers, and Britishers researched very deeply, there must have been some thought behind that, a thought process. And then I visited a couple of old buildings, old offices. I visited the collectorate of Firozpur, which is the largest possibly collectorate next to Lahore in the undivided British state of Punjab. The lawns were so spacious, the living space was housed by one building. The kitchen was about 2 furlongs away, along with the pantry, and the bathrooms were also about 2 furlongs away, because you didn't have, and then it occurred to me, because there was no sanitary facilities those days. So if the toilet started producing bad odor or offensive stink, then you won't be able to carry on with your work. So maybe the rule was framed with that thought. Not that the Britishers didn't have any mind and brain to see, but we didn't even look back. Then there was another rule, also in the same department, which is headed by Nivedita ji. And since I had the experience of Northeast, if a person goes missing, you don't give him family pension. You want that either the dead body should come or 7 years should pass. Now we have seen insurgency over here. So many officers were being picked up. And the other rule said that if the person had not put in a service of 7 or 10 years, again, no family pension. So I asked myself, did we ever give him the choice? Or did we tell him, wait for 10 years before you die? We didn't. If we didn't give him the choice or the option to choose the timing of his death, what right do we have to deprive him of whatever he deserves after death? And then I asked myself why this should have happened. Because the Britishers did this because that was a colonial rule. They were saving the exchequer for the empire. We are a welfare state, so our approach has to be different. We have done away with that rule. And we have brought in many other rules which are suited to the contemporary times. This pension which I am mentioning, DLC, our very senior friend, Mr. Parikar, when he became Chief Minister of Goa, and I had known him and he was very fond of me, and he also came from a professional background like me. So I asked him, I said, how does it feel to be in a different kind of a setup? Because he was an IITian and never there. So he narrated a story to me. He said, in my second day in office, an elderly person comes and wants to have an audience with me. And he tells me that he has not received his pension for last 2 years because he was not able to produce the life certificate. So I had great mercy on him. I asked somebody to escort him, get a certificate for him, and get the pension done. And that the issue was resolved. Then he says, 15 days later, the same person turns up again, and Conrad ji, this is very interesting for you because you are also happening to be Chief Minister. He says after 15 days, he comes back again to me and again wants to have an audience. So I said, bhai sahab, aapka to kaam ho gaya, pension mil gayi. So he says, sir, is saal ki mili, pichle saal ki nahi mili. Because the cashier says that I have to complete my file So I have given life certificate for 2026. So the pension for 2026. But to give the pension areas for 2025, I have to complete the paper set of 2025. And that is why we have now started Mission Karma Yogi, the shift from rule to role. But again, the shift has happened in the minds, in the mindset. And that's most important. And as Prime Minister has always been insisting, reform, perform, and transform. And as we move on, in the third term, he gave us the clarion call of moving ahead at a faster pace, what he described as a reform express, and the next generation governance reforms as the theme of this conference that we have already launched ourselves. We are integrating it with AI tools, with cyber security issues, with integrated citizen service platforms. And before I conclude, I can visually say that last time when we left Shillong, we left with the Shillong Declaration and the resolve to come back again. And this time, we'll leave with Shillong reiteration to come back yet again. Thank you.
So we express our heartfelt gratitude for this memorable address and for the gracious acknowledgement of Meghalaya and the northeastern region's growth. Your emphasis on technology-driven, citizen-centric administration and collaborative initiatives will surely be an inspirational boost for the remaining deliberations in the conference. Thank you once again, sir.
May I now request Srimati Isawanda Lalu, the Secretary, Personnel and Administrative Reforms Department, Government of Meghalaya, to propose the vote of thanks.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, distinguished delegates and officials, ladies and gentlemen. At the close of this inaugural session of the two-day National Conference on NextGen administrative and e-governance reforms, it is my privilege to propose a formal vote of thanks. At the outset, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to Dr. Jitendra Singh, Honorable Union Minister of State, Independent Charge in the Ministry of Personnel, Public Grievances and Pensions, Science and Technology and Earth Sciences, Prime Minister's Office, Atomic Energy and Space, under whose distinguished leadership and direction the state of Meghalaya has had the honor to host this two-day conference under the aegis of the Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances. Thank you, sir, for sparing your valuable time and for gracing this occasion with your presence. Your address has given us invaluable direction and inspiration as we chart the course of administrative and e-governance reforms in the years ahead. You have exhorted us, sir, to not only call for external reform, but to also reflect, to be conscious of our own mindsets, and to be amenable and sympathetic to change in our attitudes as public servants. Your closeness to the Northeast, sir, was evident in your words, and we are grateful that you continue to champion Meghalaya and the Northeast as a whole as an integral part in the nation's development story. Indeed, your presence here has lent weight to this gathering and has strengthened our collective will to innovate, to improve, and to reimagine governance through technology, citizen centricity, and data-driven decision-making. Thank you once again. My sincere thanks to our Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Conrad Sangma, for your visionary leadership, sir, and your unwavering support to good governance initiatives in Meghalaya. Sir, your commitment to extending service delivery to the last mile, your concern for every single stakeholder, and your continued stress on measuring progress not merely by roads and buildings, but by tangible improvements in the lives of citizens are foundational to our daily efforts as officials in the state. Your address reminds us to be alert and responsive to change, to be agile in day-to-day administration, and to be sensitive to feedback. Indeed, your various initiatives for review and monitoring of government schemes through CM Connect constantly push us as officers to deliver better. It is your vision of technology and reform in the service of the common citizen that makes Meghalaya truly a fitting host for this two-day event. Thank you, sir. I would like to especially thank Srimati Nivedita Shukla Verma, Secretary DARPG, Government of India, ma'am, for your warm welcome address and for the department's initiative under your leadership in bringing this national conference to Shillong. Madam, under your guidance, DARPG has consistently engaged with the state governments and has offered vital platforms for shared learning, experience sharing, and for promoting dialogues on citizen-centric reforms and good governance. We look forward to continued support from the department, particularly as we navigate new governance challenges as we move towards Viksit Bharat 2027. My gratitude also goes to Dr. Shakil P. Ahammed, Chief Secretary, Government of Meghalaya. Thank you, sir, for your guidance through our every endeavor. Thank you for highlighting the unique approach in the development narrative of Meghalaya State, which sets out not only the opportunities before us as a tribal hill state, but the commitments that we make for the citizens of our state, and which focuses on inclusivity, transparency, egalitarianism, and continuous community engagement. Thank you, sir. I place on record my sincere appreciation for Shri Puneet Yadav, Additional Secretary, DARPG, Government of India, who along with his team from the department has guided our local team here in Meghalaya and worked closely with us on all aspects of organizing this conference. Thank you, sir, for steering this collaborative effort and for your role in bringing speakers from various states and award-winning initiatives from across the country here to Shillong. It has been and continues to be an enriching experience for everyone. I wish to acknowledge the presence of our esteemed speakers and session chairs from earlier today and those who will be speaking tomorrow, senior officers representing the Government of India, donor, various state governments from the length and breadth of this country and from diverse agencies whose rich experiences and best practices across various sectors have been incredibly illuminating and which have set a strong foundation for the discussions that lie ahead over the next few days. To all our delegates, officers, and participants who have traveled from around the country and from around the state of Meghalaya, including our heads of departments, our district collectors, to be here in Shillong, thank you for your presence and your active participation. It is your engagement that makes this conference truly meaningful. Finally, I would once again like to thank the entire organizing team from the DARPG, from the personnel department, MATI, the State Convention Center, and all those working quietly behind the scenes for logistics, hospitality, transport, medical, and technical support, whose efforts have made this event possible. Thank you once again. Thank you, Mithila, Khuble Shibun, Jai Hind.
Thank you to you too, Madam. And as we have come to the formal conclusion of this inaugural program, we also conclude the day's event. Thank you one and all. As the dignitaries may like to go around the exhibition area, we request the audience to kindly partake of the high tea being served at the banquet hall after the dignitaries exit without crowding the exhibition area.